force that demands respect, from the Baltic to the Straits of Gibraltar. A blue flag, gold stars, marks a brand new empire. Ours to build, ours to choice. Only the Europeans understand. Every citizen required to do best. Only the Europeans understand. Every citizen required to do best.
Well, hello, chat. It's been a while, hasn't it? Oh, well, as you've probably seen in my country, shit is currently burning. It is currently burning. I would love to tell you this stream is going to be nice and wholesome, but it's absolutely not going to be nice and wholesome. What's up, Burrito? I'm going to be very careful in this stream, because my government has gone fucking insane. Utterly fucking insane. Oh, where to start? Where to start? So, as you may have seen, shit's burning down. Shit's burning down in my country. Jesus Christ. Over the weekend, there were extensive riots. A race war, or a race riot, as people may claim. What I see it as is people who are silenced, people who are disadvantaged, and people who have been thrown to the wolves by politicians who have had their voices taken away, using the only method that they're aware, the only method that they're able to express frustrations that people in this country have towards a great deal, many of things. I don't necessarily condone political violence, but I think that this was the natural outcome. I think that the way the government's handling it is fucking retarded. I think that they're just radicalizing people on the right, and not even people on the right. I have to be very careful in what I'm saying, because I live in a country with no First Amendment. I live in a country where people are being thrown in prison just for being in a location that happened to involve a riot. I live in a country where people have had their voice suppressed for 30 years. So we're going to go over some of this shit. It's been wild. It's been fucking wild. Let me just bring up a video. Now, what's been happening in my home country, specifically England? Well, last week there was a massacre. There was a massacre involving a second-generation immigrant who went into a Taylor Swift-themed dance event and murdered 3 innocent children. 3 innocent children. For nothing. For what? We don't know, actually, because the police haven't told us. Apparently they're aware of what his motive is, but they haven't released it. As you can imagine, information regarding this has been suppressed. The press are not your friends, and neither is the state, apparently. Oddly enough, one of the few places, once again, that's actually telling a pretty accurate description of what's going on is the Kiwi farms. So we're going to go through that, going to explain, I'm going to go through my thoughts on it. I tried to make an edited video, I sat down, started doing my monologue, but I realized that that's not really my style. Videos aren't really my style. I'm better just popping off. And you know what? I've got nothing to lose at this point. And neither do any other patriots. The government is coming for you. Now, I'm not saying that people should become extremists. I don't think that's our way. I don't think that's the British way. But I think that we need to stop allowing the state to dictate public opinion. We need to stop criminalizing common sense opinions. We need to stop treating every single possible issue that has come from immigration and asylum seekers and all this bollocks, and we need to stop giving it a fucking pass as we have given it for 30 years. I grew up being taught not to see race, not to see religion, and yet every other person, every other race, every other religion doesn't shut the fuck up about it. I, as a Christian, can nowhere near expect the same leniency towards my faith as Muslims and others. There are people, there are Asian gangs out there with machetes hunting down people, and the police, where are they to be seen? Where are the goddamn police? They'll arrest people for making Facebook posts, but there are Asian gangs running out there with machetes and not a single officer to be seen and not a single thing in the press? Are you shitting me, bro? Let me just check chat. I need to be really fucking careful in this stream. Remember Rotherham? Yeah. The police can't stop grooming gangs. The police are incapable of handling extremism. And suddenly they can find 6,000 fucking officers to suddenly quell the native civil unrest. Okay, buddy. You're right, Copland. We never wanted it. It was built on lies. Well, no fucking shit, bro. Like, I don't necessarily agree with burning down shit. But I can understand if you're in Rotherham why you would want to. Seeing 1,200 children raped and groomed by Asian gangs who got less time in prison than the people who fucking protested about it. People have had enough. People have absolutely had enough. It's no longer just a conversation that's been kept in the corner. It's no longer a conversation. People just don't care anymore. Like, you're going to put us in jail either way, so fuck you. How about that? I don't think all Muslims are the issue, but enough of them are that it needs to be addressed. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. There are people going to prison for more time than child rapists and murderers. And what did they do? They were fucking at a protest. They're thinking about bringing out anti-terrorism legislation against native protesters? Really? That's not what the law was designed for. Oddly enough, the laws were designed to counter the people that you're currently protecting. Oh, we can all go to the gulag together. We can all go to the gulag together. Now, once again, there are gangs going around attacking, and they have been for the last 24 hours. You've seen reporters attacked, intimidated, tires popped by the Sky broadcasting van had a tire popped by one of them. Where are the fucking police? You could charge horses and send everyone in against your own population, but some fucker from another country comes here and stabs a tire, intimidates the press, and that's okay? Fuck you! And you won't see a goddamn fucking thing about it in media. They want to label everyone as far right. Well, no, these people weren't far right. Most of these people didn't even know what the far right was. I don't think most of these people have ever had a genuine belief in most political ideologies. I think they're just working class people who've woken up and realised their country's gone to shit. The people around them have been replaced by something they don't understand, didn't vote for, didn't want. and they're being criminalized for it, thrown in jail for fucking talking about it. Fuck you, Starmer. Fuck you. Fuck every government for the last 30 years. So I'm going to go to the most trusted news source on the internet, apparently, which is Kiwi Farms. Here's the 17-year-old that went out of their way to stab 3 young children. And they describe him as a quiet choir boy. Oh, he was so innocent. Oh, he was autistic. Shut the fuck up. Get the rope ready. Honestly. Doing more to protect this individual than you have your own country. And on top of that, police had to make an arrest at the vigil for children who were murdered. Because some fuckwit decided to try and threaten people, really? Really? To give you an idea for people who haven't been watching the news, and I'm very aware of the fact that there isn't very much media discussion about this internationally. I wonder why. Who would have imagined it would have been the fucking British who rose up? I tried to set up a multicam the other day, just because there wasn't one going with some weirdo. To give you an idea of what's happening.
Brother! Look, now we're already at the end, what they say, push along.
Gun spotted, chat. Gun spotted. God, I hate TikTok. So, in Rotherham, I want to remind people of what Rotherham. Why would the people of Rotherham be so angry towards having undocumented illegal immigrants in the country who arrived by boat? Oh, I don't know, maybe... Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, 5 hours ago. The Rotherham child sex exploitation scandal consists of an organised child sex abuse... Fuck, I'm so fucking... I'm, like, actually pissed off. I'm, like, genuinely mad. The Rotherham child sexual exploitation scandal consists of an organised child sex abuse. Of the organised child sex abuse that occurred in the town of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, North England, between the 80s and 2013. 1,400 victims, all between the ages of 11 and 16. So for people who don't realise, there were these Asian grooming gangs, Pakistani I believe, who would find local women, white girls, plough them with drugs, plough them with alcohol, and then rape them. Nothing happened for years because they were afraid of being labelled as racist. And this is a children's home, so a care worker who worked at a children's home from 2003 to 2007 told the BBC men would arrive almost every night to collect girls who escaped using a range of methods and were usually driven off in taxis. The abuse gang included gang rape, forcing children to watch rape, dousing them with petrol, and threatening to set them on fire, threatening to rape their mothers and younger sisters, as well as trafficking them to other towns. There were pregnancies at the age of 12. So, why would the people of Rotherham be slightly fucking pissed off? Oh, I don't know. What the fuck were you expecting, bro?
Yeah, well, let me just show you first what the situation is this morning outside this Holiday Inn. You can see on the ground the glass, the shards of glass from where the rioters smashed in the windows. Destroyed. You've got security staff and staff at the hotel now trying to clean this up, which is presumably going to take a while. How terrifying this must have been for the residents of these.
Oh, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck?
Hotel, asylum seekers, families, they were using that opportunity.
I'm sorry, but the sympathy I have for these things have just run out, and I know this is gonna bite me in the ass. But who gives a fuck? Who cares? Oh, they're poor fucking feelings. Let me just check chat. I'm also afraid of how this is going to affect the rest of the world. Heated debate. Riot, protest, England, UK. Yep. They are threatening us with the army, which would be completely insane. Like, there's never been a deployment outside of like World War II where the army has been sent in to quell active civil unrest, because it's why would you use the military? You're just turning the people into enemies of the state. That's so dumb. Oh, you want to see another reason that people are so fucking pissed off? Where is it? Oh, this is all the Prime Minister could do. We stand in solidarity with Southport. Tonight, Dowding Street lights up pink as a marker of respect for solidarity with everyone affected the tragedies that took place earlier. How about doing something about it? How about actually doing something about it? But instead of always covering shit up, you actually do something about it. If you want to see I can't type chat. You want to see something that's fucking unhinged? I hate Brave Search so much. Yes, I did spell that incorrectly. I wonder why people would be pissed off. 600,000, nearly 700,000. This island has 60 million people on it. That is 1/6. That's 1/4 almost of the population of Scotland. That's almost as many people as in Glasgow. More people, I believe, as in Edinburgh. That's fucking insane. And when you've got when you live in a country that has socialised services, and you take in all these people, it's not a lie that it's fucking up everyone else. You can't get doctor's appointments. You can't get mental health services. I personally have been denied from certain services because they're too busy handling people who have just entered the country. This is fucking unhinged. You can't get cheap properties because they all go to everyone but the native population. You can't get school placements because, once again, you're importing the equivalent of a city every year. And they're confused as to why people are pissed off. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that, Ocean Bro. From Damned, Doberman, Kopani, they're taking away the pension. Yeah, they're taking away the winter fuel allowance. Meanwhile, what can you expect if you come to the UK as an asylum seeker? What can you expect, buddy? Hold on. Sorry, I wasn't planning to stream tonight, but I'm just so pissed off. Like the government truly has gone insane. You want to see what the government will give you here? If you're somebody who just arrives. Housing. You'll be given somewhere to live if you need it. This could be a flat, house, hotel, hostel, or bed and breakfast. You cannot choose where you live. It's unlikely you live in the London or South East England. You'll usually get £49.18 per week for each person in the household. They even get their own fucking little debit card. If your accommodation provides your meals, you'll get £8.86. It's more than they deserve. If you've refused asylum but you're still eligible, how can you be eligible for support if you're refused asylum? How is that possible? If you're refused asylum, the first thing they shouldn't even wait until you're out of the deciding room. They should tell you, hey, pack up your shit. If you pass, you get to go back in and you get to put your shit back. If not, well, we're putting you straight on the first plane. So even if you are here illegally, they'll give you money. They'll give you money. You get extra money. You get extra money for having children. They'll even give you £300 maternity payment. Holy shit. You may get free National Health Service healthcare, such as to see a doctor or get hospital treatment. You'll also get free prescriptions or medicine, free dental care for your teeth, free eyesight tests, help paying for glass. People don't get that. People don't get that normally. Like in England, you still have to pay for prescriptions. In England, you pay, like in the whole of the UK, you have to pay for your own dental care. You have to pay for your own. Opticians are private, usually. Like, what clown mentality is this? They wonder why people just keep coming and why the population is so pissed off. You're from the southeast? Yeah, no, like, I've been to London a few times. I hated London. I hated London. Yeah. Yeah, no, seriously, what the fuck? We did warn them. The right has been warning them for years. And you know what? I'm not a racist, and people need to get over this fucking fact. People didn't wake up one day, randomly decide to start burning shit down. This was fueled by years of discontentment. This was fueled by years of having any ability to talk about these things suppressed and labelled as racism, labelled as bigotry, labelled as extremism, to the point where people no longer have the capacity to articulate themselves. They don't feel that anyone's going to listen to them. And what the fuck do? You start burning shit down. And I wish it didn't get to that point, but I'm not going to say it's not expected. The soldier getting stabbed, Lee Rigby, Manchester arena bombings, the grooming gangs, Leeds riots, the hate, yeah. Like, so much. And some of this stuff's only within the last couple of years. Don't forget the London bombings, the Glasgow airport attacks, Prestwick. It's just, you're telling me that this is okay. From damned Rotherham, mostly peaceful protests, the voice of the voiceless. They said that. Yeah. So if you want to see Starmer, let me just give you the fallacy of man. Yeah, it's a terrorist attack. Well, you could probably say there's probably more terrorists. The thing is, you don't know how many terrorist attacks have been prevented, and you don't know how many have been hidden or not classed as terrorist attacks. Scottish and can't even spell cure. My bad.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests.
I've never noticed how beady his eyes are.
Individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I
don't like that statement. It's not up to the Prime Minister to decide if convictions will happen. That is the purpose of the courts, who should be completely excluded from politics. Obviously, people have smashed up shit, but it's in no way the role of the Prime Minister to decide who's getting prosecuted.
Guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online.
Suck a dick.
And then running away
fuck you
themselves. This is not protest. It is organised, violent thuggery.
That your government has caused because Tony Blair opened up the floodgates and you guys just fucking suppressed everything for so many years that people lost faith in democracy. They lost faith in their own nation. And you're just proving them right. No one goes into jail due to this stuff and is going to come out thinking, damn, well, I've been taught a lesson. No, they're going to come out as extremists. They're going to come out more organised. And they're going to come out and they're going to be very, very, very angry that they were thrown in jail while their gangs, Asian gangs, running around destroying shit, not covered by the press, attacking people, not covered by the press, grooming gangs, not covered by the press. Fucking just hypocrites.
And it has no...
I dare say, and I'm sure this were, I dare say, just traitors.
...no place on our streets or online. Right now, there are attacks happening on a hotel in Rotherham. Marauding gangs intent on law-breaking.
Oh, you didn't give a fuck when it was children being raped, you dunce.
Or worse, windows smashed, fire set ablaze, residents and staff in absolute fear. There is no justification.
You mean fear that pensioners have when they walk through the streets and marauding gangs of foreigners roam around? You mean the fear that the native population has that their way of life is going to be destroyed? You mean the fear that when you wake up every day, you're at risk of terrorism, you're at risk of who knows, God knows who getting into the country? You mean that sort of fear? Because that fear has been building up for a long time, and nothing was ever done about that. Not by Labour, not by the Conservatives, not by the SNP, not by Plaid Cymru.
None for taking this action. And all right-minded people should be condemning this sort of violence. People in this country have a right to be safe. And yet,
You're absolutely right. They do have a right to be safe, and that's not been the case for a long time, and it has nothing to do with the people currently rioting.
we've seen Muslim communities targeted.
Oh, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean this sincerely. Like, legitimately, why should I care? Why should I care? It just seems like karma. I'm going to be honest, for all the shit that we've had to endure, the terrorist attacks, the grooming gangs, the trucks of peace, the attack on our nation and our culture, constantly saying, well, it's the white man's fault. This is karma. This is karma.
Attacks on mosques. Other minority communities singled out. Nazi salutes in the street. Attacks on the police. Wanton violence alongside
I do disavow the BNP.
racist rhetoric.
I don't support
So
the BNP.
no.
I think they were...
I won't shy away from calling it what it is.
Nick Griffin was not the sort of person who was a politician.
Thuggery. To those who feel targeted because of the colour of your skin
Okay.
or your faith,
Fuck it. That's a good enough to give you a contrast. Where is it? They tried to cover it up. Actually, hold on, let me show you this. To show you how the people responded to their Prime Minister.
On our streets, Prime Minister. How many more children? How many more children, Prime Minister? Are we going to do something? We're going to stand up for our children. Bye-bye. Got your photos, off you go. Make a real change, Prime Minister. Make a real change! Get our children! Go away!
I've just found out my friend's 9-year-old daughter was killed.
You're not wanted!
Scumbag! The person I've held as a child and
Who said it was pathetic?
Awful.
I came here to pay my respects to the victims and families who are going through raw pain and grief that most of us can't imagine. I can't imagine as a dad myself.
You didn't even speak to them. You never addressed them. You didn't even acknowledge them. You just got your little picture and you fucked off. That's all. Just 1 second. I need to find this because I guess the media's suppressing this. 1 second. Many such cases. He is a liar. He's an absolute liar. Hold on, Notion. Let me check. Let me check. Thank you.
Speaking of the horrendous situations,
God,
we've had another night of...
Thank God for GB News. Thank God for GB News. They are the only ones, the only people, except for maybe Talk TV, who are talking about any of this.
Carnage unfold on the streets of Britain last night. The Prime Minister will be holding another Cobra meeting imminently, actually, tonight. I've got to say, though, one of the things that's kind of really struck me is that many people Media, of course, whipping themselves into a frenzy about how far-right everything is. Cobra meetings happening, tough talking coming out from Keir Starmer.
Hey, what's up?
Sorry, there's a lot I want to address in tonight's programme.
I just realised I forgot to do the shoutouts. Hey, what's up, Victorian? What's up, Burrito? Ocean Boy? As always, Damned. Dobrin, thank you for coming. News. Can't even Scottish right now. I can't even Scottish. I feel like whipping out my Claymore and going full William Wallace. Probably shouldn't fucking say that. They'll probably throw me in jail. I'll let the autoplay. I'm going to find this again.
Because many people would argue now that this two-tier scenario is not just affecting policing, it's affecting government response perhaps, it's affecting some of the media coverage of it and so on and so forth. I'll unpick all of that throughout this programme, worry not. Let me just start though, I'll start with you, Conor. Your general kind of thoughts on what we're seeing occurring at the moment?
I think if Keir Starmer wanted to prevent further violence, he would not have responded in the way that he has. I don't see how it's responsible for a Prime Minister to declare the need for a standing army of police officers, implying he is going to war with someone, to only come out and give press conferences in the aftermath of the Southport stabbings, not because of the stabbing, because of the ensuing protests and riots, to only unilaterally blame the far right when we have got abundant...
They have hidden this. Oh, that's interesting how this video suddenly isn't appearing anywhere. Who would have fucking thought? It's weird how that works out. It's weird, isn't it, chat? I don't want to see more on Facebook, frankly. To give you an idea of how he views other riots.
President Trump and the US authorities
and I'll go back
to
the
the
video.
peaceful protests, to people rightly demanding justice, has been an affront to humanity. The last week has shone a spotlight on the racism, discrimination and injustice experienced by those from black and minority ethnic communities in the US, in the UK and across the world. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." That's why today I've written to the Prime Minister asking for his assurance that the British government is doing all that it can to urge President Trump to respect human rights and the fundamental democratic right to peaceful protest. And this week, Labour has called on the UK government to ensure that our exports are not being used in the suppression of democratic rights in the US. But we must also reflect on the injustices in our own country. We must address the reality and the impact of anti-black racism, which has been highlighted by the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, more than ever, it's incumbent upon us all to ensure that this is a turning point. We must face up to and understand and address the systemic racial discrimination that exists in our own communities. The Labour Party stands with black communities in our country and across the world because Black Lives Matter.
Interesting. Interesting, chap. Interesting. Isn't that funny how that one works out? Isn't that funny? Getting a joint, Victorian. You've signed the Official Secrets Act. Fuck.
Videos on social media and in mainstream reporting now of Muslim gangs charging police lines in Bolton, in Birmingham, to only say that the far right are responsible for this and therefore everyone else must be made to feel safe, to then allocate £28 million to the defence of mosques. No mosque should be attacked, but of course there is a Muslim gang out there. He is inflaming tensions among both groups, and that is very reckless. And so he should come out tonight, after his Cobra meeting, and deliver a much more balanced address and put to rest these, I think, well-substantiated claims that there is a two-tier approach to policing in this country.
Sean?
Two-tier Keir.
There are not well-substantiated claims. These claims are utterly utterly unsubstantiated. They're being made by...
Which claims? What are we on about?
The claims, well, for instance, the claim that there is Muslim gangs, loads of evidence of Muslim gangs getting up to stuff just as bad as the football hooligans who are laying waste to the country. That's simply not true.
Sorry, should they be carrying bladed weapons and intimidating Sky News anchors?
1 second, let him finish.
That's a lie.
No, I'm afraid you are the one who told the lie, and by telling those lies, you are...
It's not a lie. It's I don't know if they'll bring the footage, but let me bring the footage. Let's see if it brings it up.
There'd been rumours of a far-right protest in Birmingham, so dozens of Asian men decided to get here first. Many were wearing balaclavas or face masks.
Got fucking weapons, bro.
One man armed with what appeared to be a bat. This had been organised by men who've had enough of the violence towards Muslims.
This is now another group that's just been set up.
Earlier, this community activist showed me a WhatsApp group with over 1,000 members wanting to stand up to racists.
So, if people who are native want to set up communications, it's called Russian influence. But if they want to do it, it's fine. Really?
Mobs.
Really?
Hopefully, the police will take care of us. But
I hope they take care of you too, buddy. I hope they take
if
care
they
of
don't,
you too.
we would obviously be willing to take care of ourselves.
And how far would you go to do that?
Well, me personally, you know, I'm not one of those elements that would go, I'm not willing to go to jail.
Amidst the anger, he's been urging restraint.
The message...
I'm sure this guy, this particular guy, is probably fine. He doesn't sound particularly he sounds like he's been here for a while. But the problem is, for every person like that, there are so many more who just want to see their culture dominate. They just want to invade without a lack of any other words. They're just invading.
That we are sending.
But what do you think is going to happen if you have 1,000 people turning up?
As a community, is that don't take the law into your own hands.
As protesters gathered and we attempted to report live, it became clear the media weren't welcome.
A sense of anger, I think you can hear there.
We decided to leave, but as we drove away, this man, armed with a knife, attempted to slash a tyre on one of our vans.
He's going to slash the tyres.
Oh, he's going to do the same to us. The fury we witnessed has been caused by riots like this. An asylum hotel in Tamworth was set alight by a far-right mob. Trapped inside, asylum seekers filmed from the top floors as outside.
Also, I just want to highlight that during that recording, fucking person who arrived here on a dinghy said, UK shit country. Well, fuck off then, brother. Go back to where you came from. Country's full.
Racist graffiti was left on the walls.
Hey, fuck it, I'm just going to say it. They're going to throw me in jail at some point in my life anyway for these thoughts. So fuck it, country's full, brother. Get back across that ocean. How the fuck did you get here? How did any of these people get here? How are we an island that can't secure its own border?
By morning, the migrants had been moved away. Attempts underway to erase what had happened, but for many, the damage has been done. This nearby shop is run by a couple who now feel under threat.
Not many Asian live in Tamworth. We do feel a bit scared. We've never felt like this the way we are feeling now.
This hotel has been housing asylum seekers for years.
I'm going to say this right now. I do feel a lot of sympathy, because once again, that couple looks very, they look like a nice couple. Nice sort of grandfather, grandmother type. I bet they make some fantastic food. I bet she makes a fantastic cup of tea. But instead of pinning this on the people protesting, the hatred has to be derived, A, towards the government, because they caused this situation, but also towards the people who have come into this country and fucked it up. It's not just the white people woke up one day and thought, fuck it, race war. It's been building up.
The question now for those who provide support for the migrants is should they return once the hotel is repaired?
If the hotel closes down as a result of...
We just seen people slash the tire of the press trying to intimidate them. we got the IRA, UAVP, UDA, connections all over Britain, and one. Oh, we're gonna get to that actually. We're gonna get to that. Hey, what's up, soy-based Jeremy? You just raised an interesting point. For the first time in my life, I've seen the tricolour of Ireland and the Union Jack or Ulsterman flag flying at the same time. That's something good that came out of this, I guess. Now, just to let you know, I grew up in Glasgow. Anyone knows about Glasgow? It's used to be a very heavily segregated city between Catholics and Protestants. I did grow up from an Orange family, but I will happily stand with the Republicans if it means I can, we can go back to fighting them in 10 years' time. We can all, a couple of matches of football, have a good brawl. But I will happily stand with the most Republican Irishman that has ever existed.
Shall we? Another night of serious violence on the streets as protesters attack a police officer, set a car on fire and surround a mosque in Sunderland. The demonstration in Sunderland was one of more than a dozen that have been planned across the country this weekend. That's as the Prime Minister warned protesters they would face the full force of the law in a bid to crack down on the violence. This all comes after, we know the story now, don't we, after the horrific murder of the 3 girls during a mass stabbing in Southport. Joining me now is GB News reporter Doogie Beattie. Doogie, can you tell us...
And this is also going to highlight the demographic differences between the people protesting perfectly.
Where you are and what's happening?
Well, I'm in Belfast city centre, where earlier on in the week there was an anti-immigration rally organised, and then what happened was a pro-immigration rally was organised at the same time in the same place. And what we have on one side of the street, if you ever wanted to explain how this unrest happens, on one side of the street we have unions, we have pro-Palestinian, gay pride all on one side of the street.
I wonder how many people in gay pride realise what Palestinians do to homosexuals? What the fuck? What clown world is this? Palestine is a place where they will throw you from rooftops. They executed their own, senior command for being gay. What clown world?
Protesting that they want immigrants to come in, but most of these people are white-collar people, middle-class people. And on the other side of the street, people are white-collar people, middle-class people. And on the other side of the street, we have working-class people who are anti-immigration, because, of course, it's the working-class areas that have took the majority of these immigrants into their areas, and they are feeling the effects of this first. But when I arrived here, it was only one side of the demonstration. Then, of course, the other side arrived. And then the first side, which is the middle-class people, which I was astounded by, started chanting "Nazi scum, get off our streets." At which point, this side, which I must say has people from Dublin in amongst it, the Kulak disturbances, etc. And the amazing point is, for the first time in my life, I have seen a Union Jack flying alongside a tricolour.
When I seen that, I could not believe that was real. I had to see the video for myself to see that it was real, because that is so unprecedented. That is unheard of. Unheard of to see both Republicans and loyalists who for generations have been fighting to the point of literal terrorist attacks against one another, wars, genocide almost. And here they are. So the government is fucked up so badly that even they have put their differences aside.
To say these people of Ireland don't want in. And if you look at how the community split by the police, we have a line of Land Rovers straight down the street. These Land Rovers are riot Land Rovers. The PSNI, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, is extremely well rehearsed in dealing with riot situations. The underneath of these, you've seen the other night in Southport that the police wagon was set on fire. That really doesn't happen here. These are made of Kevlar, and underneath of them have huge cages that stops objects going underneath them and clears the way during a riot situation. Those snatch squads in the police acted earlier on. One arrest has already been made, and at this minute in time, the police are trying to split both these protesters on both sides and send them off in different directions. But I can say stuff on one side is getting extremely touchy.
Hold on, I had the picture prepared. Where is it? Nope, that was evidence from another stream. That was... Oh, who was that? Oh, that was the blue-haired bitch. Sorry, chat. You will learn I am very lazy with clearing up my OBS after streams. That was the... I'll bring it up just so you can see it. I'm not bullshitting. That was the shit from the blue-haired bitch. You have the tricolour and the Union Jack merged. Oh, no way. No way. How do you make people hate you so much that the loyalists and Republicans are on the same picket line? How do you fuck up that badly? How? My family from Ocean Bro. My family is Norman. We've been here for nearly 1,000 years. I'm fed up of my heritage being... Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Oh, no surrender. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, his shit's going to kick off in Birmingham. Of course it's going to kick off in Birmingham. Also, reminder that the downvoters are apparently hitting hard, so if you could give the stream a like, that'd be appreciated. And you're right, Soy-Based Jeremy. Commies are fucking cringe. Hit that like button, chat. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the likes. Keep going. Keep going, chat. Hit that like button. I see you. I see you, chat. What's up, Piper Polywog? So they've made mass arrests, which gets even worse. Somehow the government even fucks that up. Somehow. Just gonna catch up a chat here. What's up, Soy-Based Jeremy? Let's see who else has joined us. What's up, Conde Rice? And you're right, Conde Rice. No one saw that coming. What's going on in the UK? No, people are just tired of being second-class citizens in their own fucking country. That's what it boils down to. So to give you an idea, apparently this is some sporadic, it's just isolated. So it started on the 3rd of July in Southport, obviously where the attacks happened, spread to the Midlands, parts of London, and then it just within days, just boom. Just boom. But the government's gone fucking insane. Like, they have gone full Orwellian.
They will be safe. We're doing everything we can to ensure that where a police response is needed, it's in place.
I never thought I'd miss
where support
Rishi
is needed for
Boris.
particular places, that is in space. Obviously, it's a difficult
Never thought I'd
situation
miss the
with
Conservatives.
disorder going on in a number of different places at the same time. But that is precisely why I held my second Cobra meeting today, to coordinate the response and to get the assurance that I want and need that we do have adequate police.
How about policing the Asian gangs going around with machetes? How about doing that, brother? Where is it? Because it is like some of the shit they've come out with today. So almost 6,000 public order officers mobilised to respond to this order. So just to give you an idea, the UK already struggles heavily with recruiting police officers. These police officers aren't just some special force they've whipped out of nowhere. They're going to be pulling officers away from normal duties, which means rapes, murders, assaults, break-ins, burglaries. All manner of crimes are just going to get ignored until the until the natives have been suppressed. second, because it was here from earlier. Unfortunately, the Kiwi Farms thread is full of Americans arguing at the moment over the Jews. Because the draconian measures. Now, some good news actually. There were other victims in the stabbing. Luckily enough, those children have now been released from hospital. Legitimate thoughts and prayers to their families. What a horrible thing to happen. Regardless of the race of the child, regardless of the race of the family, what an awful, awful, deplorable thing to happen. Unprecedented in the UK. But then you get the Muslim counsel, Britain communities feel terrorised. Don't care. This one really fucking annoyed me. When we blame the most vulnerable in society, what else do you expect? Exactly, that should be the tagline for the riots. Another person the BBC Asian network has spoken to today, Raj, says the recent disorder has left a lot of fear in the community. There are mixed emotions, he goes on, saying a lot of people are angry and want to do something about it. A 27-year-old from Middlesbrough is from a Hindu community and says he's not surprised at the violence because things have been getting whipped up for so long. When we blame our community, refugees and migrants, often the most vulnerable in society, for our problems, what else can we expect? Well, what happens when you blame the working middle class? Sorry, the working white working class? What happens when you tell them that their opinions are bigoted and hatred and that their concerns and their lowering standard of life is, it's just imagination? Just a whole lot of sweeping. Another thing about bringing in terrorism charges. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. So, just for the idea of posting something on Snapchat. So, 2 people have been arrested in Chester following a Snapchat post that allegedly encouraged people to attend a protest at a hotel. Cheshire police say the post contained misleading information stating the hotel was home to a number of asylum seekers. It adds that so these people are arrested despite no disorder. These people are arrested despite nothing happening. It adds that no disorder occurred as a result. 2 people, a 32-year-old man and a 34-year-old woman from Chester, were arrested on Monday on suspicion of racially aggravated harassment with intent to cause fear and violence. They have been released on conditional bail while further inquiries take place. What a bullshit arrest. Absolute authoritarianism, tyranny. But this is the thing that got me. This is fucking insane. This is I don't think any country outside of totalitarian regimes has ever gone this far. Influencers fanning flames from abroad could be extradited. The Director of Public Prosecution says teams will be considering seeking the extradition from abroad of social media influencers who are playing a role in the violent disorder gripping the UK. Stephen Parkinson tells BBC that anyone involved in the violence should know they will face the most severe possible criminal charges, including terrorism. Approximately 100 of the 400 people arrested in relation to the week of disorder have been charged, he revealed. Prosecutors and detectives are now working through cases in teams across England and Wales to push as many suspects into the courts as quickly as possible. Some complex cases could take weeks more to be charged, but Parkinson says that prosecutors were absolutely geared up to bring offenders to justice. Concerns have been mounting about extreme right-wing social media influencers, including we'll go to Tommy Robinson here in a bit, including the founder of the English Defence League, Tony Robinson. The EDL hasn't existed for 10 years, get over it. He is currently in Cyprus. The High Court has issued a warrant for his arrest after he failed to turn up in court last Monday. Parkinson says some people are abroad. That doesn't mean they're safe. How tyrannical. We have liaison prosecutors around the globe who've got local links with the local judiciary. We can cooperate with our international partners. We would certainly consider extradition if we are satisfied that an offence has been committed. They must know that they are not safe and there's nowhere to hide. If I was Tony, I would get to America if I was him. I would run to America. It is a 2-tier society. Ocean. English values. Stella and footy. Soy-based Jeremy, I support capitalism, but there needs to be stricter antitrust laws here in America. Okay. Cyprus would be a very unsafe country for him. Former British Empire. He needs to go to America. He needs to go to America, a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty. It's absolutely insane how far they're going. Absolutely insane. I'm going to go back to the clip that Ocean brought, and then we're going to do something that's probably going to get me in
Speaking of the horrendous situations, we've had another night of...
fuck it.
They want to kill us.
Speaking of the horrendous situations, we've had another...
for this, and therefore everyone else must be made to feel safe, to then allocate £28 million to the defence of mosques. No mosque should be attacked, but of course there is a Muslim gang out there. He is inflaming tensions among both groups, and that is very reckless, and so he should come out tonight after his Cobra meeting and deliver a much more balanced address and put to rest these, I think, well-substantiated claims that there is a two-tier approach to policing in this country.
Sean?
There are not well-substantiated claims. These claims are utterly unsubstantiated. They're being made by...
Which claims? What are we on about?
The claims, well, for instance, the claim that there is Muslim gangs, loads of evidence of Muslim gangs getting up to stuff just as bad as the football hooligans who are laying waste to the country. That's simply not true.
Sorry, should they be carrying bladed weapons and intimidating Sky News anchors?
1 second, let him finish.
That's a lie.
No, I'm afraid you are the one who told the lie, and by telling those lies, you are deliberately inflaming this situation. That's the truth.
What lies do you believe he's telling?
Let's do a live fact check.
What he just said.
1 second. 1 second. Let's see. Let's see here. 1 second. Because I do bring receipts, chat. I do bring receipts. Always bring receipts. I do bring receipts, chat. Just do this real quick. One second, I think I've got it saved locally. Let me just double check. We're doing a live fact check, chat. A live fact check. Aren't we so sophisticated? Aren't we just like the pioneers of intellectual truth? Where did I put it? I have a folder. I can't find it. That's dumb. Oh, I'm such a boomer, chat. I think this might be it. 1 second. Sorry for this, chat. Is this it? Because I have a... Actually, I'll show that one. Show that one here in a second. Sorry, so much shit that's been coming out. Oh my god, okay, I want to show this video. 625-6306. Okay. I just want to show off this video because this I was looking for this earlier, and it just highlights what's happening right now. What the fuck? 1 second. I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. Oh, beautiful. Oh, what world? We live in a society, chat. We live in a fucking society. No way. I just want to, once again, for the audience. Why is this not playing? Come on. God damn it. Can you believe this? No fucking way. That is imagery that is going to go down in history, chat. No way. Oh god, we do live in a society. But let's do that live fact check. Let me just find the video. I know where the folder is. Sorry, chat. I need to get into the habit of labeling stuff. I really do. I'm really bad at that. Sorry. Damn it. Where is this? Oh, actually. This also came from over the weekend. An old lady was attacked by a migrant in Northern Ireland. Surprise. Is anyone surprised? I'm not surprised. Okay, just getting the file chat. There was no audio.
Go into the house, Georgina. Go into the house. I phoned the police. Go into the house.
Unbelievable. Can you imagine it's your grandmother, somebody that you care about, and they're just getting attacked? Just getting attacked for what fucking reason? I'm sure there's like some context, but I can't see any reason. I can't imagine that woman was a threat to anybody. On the topic of there not being any Muslim gangs, sorry, I just found the clip. Okay, let me find it. Sorry, chat, got a bit of a cough. I just recovered from COVID. It sucked. I get COVID more, I think I've gotten COVID more times than I ever got the flu. But there's no... Actually, you know what? Hold that thought 1 second. Hold that thought 1 second. I'm going to let the audio of this fucker play. Just once again for the crowd in the back. Still nothing in the press about this, by the way. Nothing in the press. People have been stabbed. People have had their heads kicked in. People have been assaulted. Businesses have been burnt. Nothing in the press. Nothing in the press except for GB News. Now, I don't usually watch... I'm going to be honest, I don't usually watch GB News. I find them to be a bit shilly at times. But in this instance, they are one of the only mainstream media sources that are actually telling the truth. Let me check chat real quick. The video's muted? God damn it!
This morning, Charlie Peters went and spoke with the woman who runs...
Okay, well, I guess... Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Is a lie.
Okay, so where do
just once again for just to really have
on Sunday,
the Prime Minister should show balance. The truth is that there are huge numbers of coordinated football hooligan criminal thugs who are doing serious violence, putting dozens and dozens of brave police officers in hospital, doing huge damage to property. There is no equivalent Muslim thing going on. That is a lie.
Okay, so where do we start with this? What we're seeing, I think, around this table actually reflects the conversation, the debates, the disagreements that are happening in broader society, because many people are of Connor's opinion and many people, of course, are also of Sean's opinion. I want to bring you into this conversation, so I want your thoughts throughout all of this. Now, social media. So when you're saying, in fact, I'll let you answer for yourself. I was just about to start explaining on your behalf. You can do that yourself. You're a big boy. So he's saying you're lying when you're saying that these gangs roaming around and all the rest of it. What do you say back to that?
GB News this morning, Charlie Peters went and spoke with the woman who runs the pub that a gang of Muslim men flying the Palestine flag, chanting Allahu Akbar, carrying blades, attacked. There was nothing to do with the protests in that pub. There were children there in the aftermath of the karaoke event. And this is all on video.
And that was disgraceful behaviour by that small group of individuals.
So I'm not lying then?
Several of whom, doubtless, will be arrested for the crimes that they committed.
Happen, then?
But it is not comparable. Did they put 50 police officers in hospital? Did they set fire to and destroy the pub? Did they attack and firebomb? No, nothing of the sort.
Hang on, they did assault a man in the pub. They did assault a man in the pub. They did assault a man in the pub.
Nothing of the sort.
You're telling the truth.
Hold that thought 1 second, chat. Hold that thought. Hold that thought, chat. Hold that thought. No one was attacked. No one was attacked, chat. It's all make-believe. It's all imagination. Have we seen that from the natives? Once again, unhinged.
Nothing of the sort and nothing like it. And have you talked about the video on the...
This is how you create extremists, by the way. I just want to say this. People like me, who are the moderate right, have been crying and screaming that this was going to happen if you didn't allow people to have their voices heard. And this is the consequences of your own fucking actions. Government, I hate to tell you, but you caused this. It wasn't the whiteys who woke up and decided they were going to burn down their own fucking communities one day randomly. It wasn't random. It'd been built up after decades and decades and decades of constant bullshit.
The BBC this evening of local Muslim people going round to that pub to apologise on behalf of local
Muslims. There's a problem there. One of them that actually went round for the apology has been identified by online sleuths as probably one of the perpetrators.
But online sleuth.
Because he's wearing it's the exact same build, it's the exact same...
Hang on, everyone, just stop. Just hang on, hold your horses. I just want to explain to my viewers at home. If you're watching the telly, you are now seeing what Sean basically said didn't happen. So you are now seeing a pub in Birmingham, I think it is, and this was last night.
I didn't say it didn't happen.
I said it wasn't.
I said it wasn't comparable. I said it wasn't
comparable.
You said it was a lie first time.
Absolutely, that was his whole point.
You said it was a lie.
He said the Prime Minister should show balance. It is a lie to say that anything comparable has been happening.
He shouldn't condemn that.
It is a lie to say...
He shouldn't condemn that.
If you ask the Prime Minister to condemn criminality,
Why do you have a problem condemning
he will
this?
clearly condemn all criminality.
Hang on, no.
As I just
He's
have.
not condemning all
There
criminality.
is no
He's not condemning
comparable
all criminality. This is the point. He's only blamed the far right. I don't want people setting fire to hotels in Rochdale. I don't want opportunistic thugs going and looting a Lush or a Greggs. And I don't want this to happen
This
either.
is another clip from Birmingham last night where the mobs, the Muslim mobs of men, decided that a car had a white man in it and they smashed this car. Many would say they attempted to get the driver out of this car, apparently because of the skin colour.
Many would say, I mean, did they or not?
On the flip
Look at that. Look at that shit.
side, well, Sean, you know, many people have seen this footage. I'm showing the footage for themselves, so you at home can be the judge. This is Hull, my hometown. I'm ashamed to admit that. This is a gang of, you know, protesters here that the media would describe as far right. They too are attacking a car because they said it had foreign-looking men in the car. This is completely disgusting. So I've just shown you two sides, completely unacceptable. You've got the so-called, which I wouldn't call these people that, but you've got the so-called protesters that people regard to as far right. You've seen someone attacking that car there because they think there's foreign people driving. Disgusting racist behaviour, I can tell you that. And then you've seen the other side there in Birmingham where you've got Muslim groups attacking a car because they think a white guy is driving, an EDL member, also racist, disgusting behaviour, and I would argue quite comparable, actually.
Not comparable at all, because not comparable in scale. Have dozens and dozens and dozens of policemen been put in hospital by those Muslims in Birmingham? No.
So let me tell you now what many people, Sean, will be shouting at their screens. So your concern here seems to be, your measure of badness almost seems to be how many police officers have been injured. Many of my viewers, Sean, will be shouting at their screens saying, no, Michelle, there's not been masses of police officers injured in Birmingham for one simple reason. Where were the police? It was like spot the police officer. Where were they? When you had gangs of these people, many of them armed, we saw that for ourselves, many of them doing all kinds of things in their car, and many of them, as I've just shown you, trying to get at somebody in their car because they thought he was an EDL member. The police weren't harmed because the police weren't there.
The police were there.
They weren't.
Where?
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Literally, one of the heads of Birmingham Police came out this morning and said it was nothing more than a scuffle you'd see on a Saturday night. They were not there. This is what I'm saying. It is comparable because both actions are immoral. And I tell you what, mate, I think they should crack down on this before they reach the same scale of police officer injuries. I don't think they should wait till then. And Keir Starmer, by not calling it out, is letting it escalate.
Graham Whettone, the police officer who spent 30 years on the front line of public order policing and wrote the book on public order policing, absolutely clearly, unequivocally, as all senior police officers have done, have said, obviously, policing, anybody who knows anything about policing will tell you, is tiered. You can't police everything at full scale, everywhere, all the time.
Yes, you
can. Tier policing according to the threat and the requirement. That event, those blokes.
The whole point of living in a civilized society is the fact that policing is done equally. That's the whole basis of the legal system, is that everyone's treated equally. What clown shit is this?
Standing on the middle of a roundabout was appropriately policed by the police.
Standing in the middle of a roundabout, we just played the footage of them assaulting a car and assaulting a pub. Why are you not admitting this has happened?
Why are you not distinguishing that from the level of disorder, violence and criminality?
I already said they should go to prison.
The level of disorder, violence and criminality that has gone on all over this country for a week. The bottom line here, the bottom line is, which side are you on? And you are on the side of the criminal football hooligans. That is which side you're on, because you're trying to make the argument that a few Muslims standing in the middle of a roundabout amounts to the same thing, and it doesn't.
They weren't
nothing like
it. A roundabout, and you know it. They had bladed weapons, they intimidated a Sky News reporter, they were speeding, they attacked a car, and they attacked people inside a pub, and I have no problem condemning people that are arsonists, that are thieves,
I have
and
no
that are thugs,
problem
and you
condemning.
don't.
I have no problem.
You just denied it existed until you played video footage.
No.
You said I was a liar when you said there were no two tiers of policing.
That's not
just
true.
cited a police officer saying there were multiple tiers.
Not true at all.
That, please.
I have condemned any criminality that happened, and I have said that I have no doubt that the police, who will have been well aware what was happening, will take action. And there will be arrests.
That is my concern. I have a doubt.
That's
because they were not present.
That's because you're not on the side of the police. You're not on the side of Britain.
I'm on
you're
the
not on the
side
side
of
of
the
our
law
country.
being
You're not on the
enforced
side of our
equally.
law. You're not on the side of our institutions. You're only on the side of the football hooligans who are trying to destroy all that. That's why.
I am on the side of the law being applied equally, and
I'll let this point.
my concern is, as it was not in Hare Hills, Leeds, as it was not in the recent Manchester airport event, as it was not clearly in the footage you saw in Birmingham.
How do you know how the law was or wasn't applied in the recent Manchester airport event?
Because they have not been charged yet.
What does that mean that the law hasn't?
Yes, because we've also seen the CCTV where they're hitting police officers unprovoked.
Well, we'll talk to a lawyer
We're going to do that later, but this is another in a
program.
pattern of events. We cannot have it where the law is afraid of applying the law to certain protected
The law is not
groups.
afraid. The law is not afraid.
The law is absolutely afraid, and that's what happened in Rotherham with the grooming gangs. Here, you think the law is being applied equally, chat? Let me show you something. Is the law being applied equally? That's attempted murder. I don't give a fuck when it says that's attempted murder. Where are the police? Where are 6,000 officers were apparently deployed?
Fuck you, Malaga!
No fucking organized Asian gangs. Okay. Okay. Let me just check chat. I hate the guy too. I hate him too. Oi mate, you're racist. Oh, who gives a fuck at this point? Like, if somebody says you're racist, so you've given me enough reasons to be.
Clearly
The law is not afraid. The police are not afraid. The Prime Minister is not
Right,
afraid.
let me ask you a question.
You have an agenda.
He has right, okay, well, we're going to come back.
They
Apparently,
have
he's
an
saying he's got an
agenda.
agenda, so we'll ask him about that in a minute after the break. Let me just be clear. Are you telling me and the viewers that you don't think there's anything two-tier going on in the society, whether it's policing, whether it's media reporting or government response? It's all level playing field. It's all nothing to see here.
Do you not think that there are a lot? That's
not what I think. I'm asking you what you think. I know what I think.
What colour are most people in prison?
What's that got to do with my question to you?
Well, I'll tell you the answer. The answer is that they're not white. So how does that fit with your two-tier policing?
But I'm asking you, in current times, with the conversation that we're having now, which is about the state of the rioting, the protesting, and the criminality and all of that, do you think there is a two-tier response to the current goings-on the streets or not?
I don't think the current goings-on have got two tiers. The current goings-on are about far-right football hooligan criminals trying to attack our democracy, and they are being policed by hard-working, brave police people who should have the support that they're not getting.
Right, well, as I've said, you're hearing two very different opinions here, and this is what I want to happen. I want different sides of these arguments to come together and respectfully debate, because Sean's saying, whose side are you on? And actually, if you don't mind me being so bold, I think this is part of the problem, actually, that people are being pushed to pick a side. Whose side do you support? Actually, I think we should all be on the very same side, which is the same side of peace and restoring law and order and calmness and civility to the society in which we live. So there should just be one side, if you ask me.
Good video, Trouble. Or Ocean World, sorry. Good video. But of course, there comes consequences to trying to fill all these prison places. So, I'm going to go back. There's a reason I'm bringing this up. So, this reported last year. Rapists and burglars to be spared jail after judges told prisons are full. Judges have been told delay sentencing hearing. Sorry, have been told. What? Delay. I think that's a mistype. Judges have been told to delay sentencing hearings as England and Wales prison population nears breaking point. The senior presiding judge for English and Wales, Lord. Anyway, like prisons are full up. And then you get this. Where is it? Fuck. One sec. I really fucking hate Brave Search. Holy shit. Let me just quickly grab this. No surrender, indeed. Oh, I'm dead quiet. Sorry. I was moving my microphone around. I was moving that microphone around, bro. One second. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly grab a link. I'm so unprepared, chat. There's a lot to cover. Where is it? Okay. Just find it. Okay, here we are. Newcastle teens jailed for Gordon Galt gang killing. 2 teenagers who killed a 14-year-old boy in a gang feud have been jailed. Gordon Galt was fatally stabbed with a machete in November of 2022 after a postcode rivalry among youths in Newcastle escalated from derisive rap videos to open violence. Carlos Nito and Lawson Natty, both 18, were found guilty of manslaughter. Nito was jailed for 9 years, 2 months, and Natty for 2 years, 8 months. Gordon's mother, Dion Barrett, said his unnecessary death was devastating. The feud between youths from Benell and Elswick areas of Newcastle began in summer 2022, with 2 surviving groups making derogatory rap videos mocking one another. It escalated into tit-for-tat violence and accumulated with the fatal attack on Gordon near Elswick Park on the 9th of November the same year. The trial at Newcastle Crown Court heard. Prosecutors said Nito and Natty, who were associated with the Benwell group and aged 17 at the time, had gone to the park in so-called rival territory with several other youths. The aim, the court heard, was to ambush someone in revenge for an attack on a member of their own gang earlier that day. Members of the Elswick gang, including Gordon, who was carrying a baseball bat while riding pillion on a bike, started to chase their rivals away. The 14-year-old was struck under the arm by a machete wielded by Nito, supplied by Natty, and died 6 days later in hospital. Prosecutor Jonathan Sandiford, QC, King's Counsel, said both Nito and Natty were leaders of their group, or Mandem, as it was referred to by the teenagers, and had immersed themselves in gang culture, which appeared to engage in and celebrate acts of significant violence. Weapons and clothes were discarded after the attack in Elswick Park, and both Nito and Natty celebrated the killing of Gordon by writing rap lyrics and joking in WhatsApp chats about it, Mr. Sandiford said. Dan Barrett, Gordon's mother, told the court she and her family were utterly devastated and their hearts were broken beyond repair. She said Gordon was an amazing, funny and kind son, a practical joker of a pure heart of gold who had left this world in such an unnecessary way.
After your conviction on the 15th of January, the senior investigating officer, Detective Chief Inspector Matthew Steele, spoke to the press and warned of the dangers of carrying weapons of this nature, and issued a plea to the community to think again before carrying such knives, and not to do it. I echo that plea. Too many young lives have been lost as a result, and too many other lives have been ruined in consequence. We are seeing these cases all too often in the courts. A particularly worrying aspect is the ease with which these lethal weapons appear to be available through the internet.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for a second, chat. Ms. Barrett said her son had been deeply affected by the death of his father when Gordon was 9 years old and was diagnosed with the behavioural disorder ADHD at the age of 12. She said he had enjoyed playing football and riding his bike and was one of who would bring life to a room whenever he walked in. Ms. Barrett urged anyone considering arming themselves with a knife to think twice, adding the devastation your action caused is unimaginable. In a statement read to the court, Gordon's grandmother, Frances Galt, said he was cheeky and funny, calling the void left by his death indescribable. Mrs. Galt said hearing the killer's messages laughing about Gordon's death absolutely crushed her, adding they had shown no remorse and she could never forgive them. In mitigation, Fernando Jason Pitter, King's Counsel, said it had been an awful and depressing tragedy which highlights the broken environment which the young boys on both sides were living in. Mr. Pitter said Nero hoped wider lessons might be learned about the consequences of such gang behaviour. Benjamin Nolan, King's Counsel for Nari, described him as a caring young man who was born in Belgium to Nigerian parents and upon completing his sentence suggested he could be deported. He's not even a British citizen. Sentenced back to Belgium. The court heard Neddy had moved to Newcastle at the age of 12 and had plans to study. Oh, correcting your grammar there, BBC. Word count. Had plans to study international business management at university. Mr. Rowland said the case had shown how absurdly easy it was for a young person to buy a dangerous weapon online, adding Natty had purchased the machete for protection. That's not protection. You don't. If you protect someone, you kill someone, you don't then like boast about it and joke about it. You're usually pretty devastated and full of remorse, buddy. Judge Mr. Justice Martin Spencer said the two groups were linked by their NE4 postcode and common interest in drill rap, which the judge described as a pernicious and misogynistic rap genre which tends to glorify violence and was admired by certain types of young men. He said the feud between gangs began when the Elspeth group recorded a diss or disrespectful track about Natty, labelled him fat, to which Natty's group responded in kind. Tragically, it did not stay at name-calling but escalated to physical violence, the judge said on Friday. He called the moment the stabbing occurred somewhere somewhat obscure, saying Gordon was caught by a single blow in the arm. Jesus Christ. It was nonetheless a fatal blow, the judge said, which caused huge and instant blood loss leading to irreparable brain damage. He said he echoed police calls for people not to carry knives, adding too many young lives have been lost as a result, and too many others have been ruined in consequence. The judge said Natty and Neto were intelligent young men who still had a future, adding, sadly, no they don't. No they don't. Not in this country, they shouldn't. Fuck off. Stop, why? Fuck you. Fuck you, they should be hung. They should be executed. They should have been fucking hung up in the public square. Neto of Manchester Road, East in Salford, and Natty of Eastarf in Newbiggin Hall were also convicted of unlawfully wounding another youth who was slashed across the back with the same machete during the attack. 4 other associates of Neto and Natty were found not guilty of all charges. 6 members of the same gang as Gordon are due to be sentenced later in March after admitting Detective Chief Inspector Matt Steele of Northumbria Police said Gordon was the youngest person present that night and his death was senseless and totally unnecessary. He said the machete, one of 2 bought online by Natty in the days before the killing, had been too easy to buy and should never have been seen on the streets of Newcastle. Oh, that's not great, is it? Well, you hope that person gets the justice they deserve. You hope that they get sentenced to the prison oh no, wait, never mind. They just get released because they want to fill it with people who are unhappy that their country's been taken over. They release this fucker. Gordon Galt killer Lawson Natty to be freed early as prison's too full. Okay. One of the teenager Gordon Galt's killers is to be set to be freed earlier because the country's prisons are too full. Lawson Natty was jailed for 2 years and 8 months, far too short. For 2 years and 8 months after being convicted of manslaughter in connection with a 14-year-old Gordon's death, the schoolboy died in hospital 6 days after he was stabbed with a machete during a violent clash in Newcastle West End in 2022. But now Gordon's heartbroken mum. Jesus fucking Christ, imagine having to... It's not even justice. But now Gordon's heartbroken mum has been dealt a new blow after being told that 18-year-old Natty was to be freed from jail early, just 5 months. 5 fucking months, chat. 5 fucking months for killing someone. Just 5, and then they're threatening rioters with 10 years. Pedophiles get like community service. Fuck you. You wonder why people are rioting. Just 5 months after he was sentenced, Diane Barrett has received a letter from the Ministry of Justice informing her, due to the change in law brought in to deal with the country's prison population issues, some prisoners are now eligible for release after serving just 40% of their sentence. As part of the scheme, Natty's release has been brought forward, with him set to be freed at the start of September. Diane has told her horror at the prospect of one of her precious son's killers being back on the streets, and the 38-year-old has slammed the justice system for sending out the wrong message to knife killers. Diane said, "It's disgusting. I can't get my head round it. It's just because the prisons are full. Our country is a shambles. No wonder knife crime is so high. It's not sending any messages out. Gordon is just getting no justice whatsoever. If they had to release some people, release shoplifters or petty criminals, but not someone who is convicted of manslaughter. It just feels like it's all been for nothing. We have all been robbed. Gordon is lying 6 feet under and no one is paying for it." It just goes over the injury. So Diane now fears, poor woman, now fears her son's killers have spent so little time behind bars that there's no chance he could have been rehabilitated. He was the one that supplied the machetes. He's a dangerous criminal, she said. He's never had a chance to change or be rehabilitated. It's just a slap in the wrist. The letter Diane received about Natty's release says, due to a significant issue with the prison population, the Lord Chancellor has announced plans to introduce the change to law which will allow some prisoners to be released to licence early, and I've been advised it meets the criteria for this scheme. I appreciate this news will be unwelcoming. What a fucking heartless thing to send someone. Like, how deplorable. How disgusting. How disgusting. Can you imagine your son gets fucking slain, senselessly murdered, to then have somebody released because the prisons are too full? Meanwhile, the government can find the ability to throw 400 people who rioted after children were massacred, and they wonder why this happened? Politicians are morons. Politicians are evil. They're immoral. I don't think they're lizard people, but I doubt they have a soul. Let me catch up with... let me just check chat here. Ocean Bros, sorry Strass, the knife did it. Couldn't be these brave immigrants. No, of course not. Victorian Ghost can't stand judges. Yeah, no, judges here are far too lenient. From Dam, Doberman, guns don't hurt people, rappers do. Goldie looking chain, yeah. Let's just catch up with chat here from Blackwall. Fire jets have just flown by. Never heard them fly by at this time. No. Probably getting ready. They're probably on their way to the Middle East to try and stop Iran and Israel from creating World War III. From Yapshua Rosenbaum, maybe stop arresting good people for violating bullshit. Oh, actually, yeah, you want to see how like unhinged. You want to see what fills up British prisons. 1 second, let me find the clip, and then we'll go on to something.
To London, it is
something that's probably going to get me into some deep shit just by showing it. But fuck it, chat. Fuck it. Sincerely, fuck it. Where is it? I'm so yeah, okay, there we go. It's 9:02. I want to see what the police here waste their fucking time on. I want to see here how draconian and backwards the British state has become. Let me just load up the clip. Six two six. Where is it? Search up. Just getting this loaded up. 5. Oh, there it is. Let's see what the police here waste their fucking time on.
So,
What do you mean I can't have any alcohol?
okay. Well,
This is like a 75-year-old man, by the way. Thought crime. Literal thought crime. This guy looks embarrassed right now. This guy just looks fucking embarrassed. Fucking hate speech laws. Hate speech laws only serve to silence people, chat. I don't think people should go around like screaming obscenities at each other, but at the same time, I don't think people should be arrested for harmless posting online. Unbelievable. Does he sound like a threat to you, chap? Does he sound like a threat to you? It's muted? How the fuck? It was showing as playing on my side. Fuck me. 1 second. We'll go again then, because the audio is really what you're interested in. Why is that not? It's the deep state. They've got it, chat.
What do you mean I can't have any alcohol?
okay, well, I'll tell you.
You hear it now.
Times 20 to 3, 1440, I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications.
Oh, I'm an idiot, chat.
127 communication.
Sorry. On my side, it's showing. I thought I had just been too lazy to change it to monitor only. But apparently, I actually did that, and then doubted myself, and then paused the desktop audio so that it wouldn't play twice. Oh, I should have just had faith in myself to begin with, chat. That's the lesson. That's the lesson from all this.
You don't have to save it. It may harm your defence if you don't mention one question, something which later are in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being arrested?
You're going to be arrested, okay?
Right,
Take
and
that to the police
old school
station.
Pete.
Right.
Okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on the Facebook page. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets?
I've got my keys. I got. No, that's about it. I think keys.
So, anyone who's been arrested, we can search them under Section 32 in Precinct and Murder Act.
Right.
I didn't have to search somebody.
Hey, I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what?
Yeah, he said a mean word called. I agree, they are wankers, Blankwall. They are completely wankers.
That are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint.
People wonder why tensions are so high in this country.
Can you tell me what this comment was?
Just pensioners and criminals, people born of a different generation.
So, what am I going to be locked up for the night, or?
Well, hopefully not.
Right, do I need to take my medications with me?
Yes, we will look at taking all those.
When do you need to take them?
Well, I've got pain medications, I've got sleeping medication, I've got anxiety medication,
You know what?
which I might
The
take
police
one
should
of
tell
those
these
in a
people to
bit,
fuck off
you
when it
know?
comes to arresting individuals
If we
like
take
this.
everything with us,
I feel
then you've got
bad
everything
for people who
there.
went into the police
Okay.
force
Okay.
to actually stop criminals. Because I genuinely don't believe a lot of people go into the
Okay.
police forces across this country to be dicks. I believe
once
most
you've
people
been
come
there,
from
they can assess
relatively
whether or
working
not
class
there's medical
backgrounds and they want to go in and they want to fight
Alright, so what
crime
we're gonna do is
and then they
if
get
you
stuck
wanna
being the
pop
thought
yourself up, we're
police.
just gonna
Alright.
You need the glasses
Yeah, search you.
to come with you.
My glasses.
Despicable. Absolutely despicable. The work of tyrants. If from Victorian Ghost. If it was me, I'd be like non comprende English, senor. Excellent. I used to be pro-independence for Scotland, but then seeing what the SNP became and how unbelievably brainwashed people in this country are, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if Scotland was to go independent, it would be even worse. And while I do completely believe that Scotland could be an independent country, I think we have the resources, the talent, the people. We have a government that does not take advantage of any of that and would rather give voting rights to people who don't have citizenship. And I'm not for that. And if it means siding with the English and being under the thumb of Westminster, I would rather be under the thumb of Westminster. Because at least then there's a second layer of defence against the bullshit. But at this moment, no, I do not support Scottish independence because the SNP and the Scottish Parliament is somehow even worse than Westminster. Yeah, you're right, Doberman. The SNP are not nationalist. They're like hype. So here's story time. Story time with Strass. When I was a teenager, I'm 30 now, but when I was a teenager, I used to be really, really heavily involved in politics. I used to be a campaigner for the SNP before the massive landslide. And back then, there was a great deal of diversity in the party in terms of political influence because the point of the party was for independence. It was about for a more empowered Scotland. So you had like a range of people from left to right. But then anyone who wasn't like a Marxist was completely removed. Anyone who didn't bow down to a certain religion was completely removed. So fuck the SNP. Fuck the SNP. When Hamza Yusuf comes out blaming white people for everything, fuck you, brother. Like, you don't get, like, where's the racism? And then the anti-hate crime bill? That is the most draconian law that has ever been passed in United Kingdom history. Scotland didn't let itself go. My people are still based as hell. But as with all nations, governments do not represent the people anymore. From old school Pete, wonder what he said and what form. I don't want that happening. Probably just said a naughty word. From Blackboard, hurty feelings police indeed. Hurty feelings indeed. So I'm going to do something that's probably going to get me an actual shit. But you know what? I don't believe in censorship, chap. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in the state being able to cover things up. I believe if something isn't child pornography or rape or animals being harmed, that it's completely fair game. And since really, if you're on the right, you have nothing to lose, we're going to go through this chat for people who want to stick around. It's the band Tony Robinson documentary. And you know what, chat? You're going to get to see it because very few people have, and I just don't care anymore. I'll die in this fucking hill. I'll die in this hill, chat. Let me get it back up. Okay. Go for like a, let's have like a quick break, because let's see how long we've been going. Because this is going to be like an hour and a half at least, so we've been going for nearly 2 hours. Let me get something from Doberman. Right left is a paradigm. No, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's stupid. The whole I say this. The political compass is like astrology for nerds. It doesn't make any sense. People like to give themselves made-up titles. People don't believe in ideology. For example, if you're a leftist and you're a trade unionist, you shouldn't believe in migration. You shouldn't, because it hurts local populations' worker rights. If you're on the right, you shouldn't believe in... If you're like a conservative, you shouldn't believe in the same thing for different reasons. So let me find a palate cleanser. Let me find a palate cleanser. You know what? There is one thing that seeing the Ulster and Irish thing. Oh wait, Orange Walk parody. Comedy. Oh, was it Berniston? Was it Berniston? Oh, I can't remember the show. 1 second. Oh, I know. Oh my god. Oh, here it is.
Right, come on, enough's enough. You're hogging up the traffic. You can't be disrupting people's days like this, clogging up the streets for hours. Is this okay? Aye, that's fine. Carry on. Take as long as you like.
Delightful. Delightful. We are the people. Okay, I'm not going to play anymore from the BBC because that's going to result in the channel getting struck down faster than any kind of comment or political stuff. The BBC does not fuck around with their copyright. So we're going to wait a couple of minutes. I'll just talk the shit while people go and get their drinky drink or whatever. I love Scottish comedy. There's not enough of it left anymore. What's up, Dry Blokes? Dry Blokes, even. Plus, Scotland has a covenant with the Lord. Yeah, don't forget. I mean, I'm not Catholic, I'm Protestant, but Scotland does have. Historically, Scotland is the little sister of Rome. Literal Vatican. Like Scotland's a country that has actual Vatican status. Still game is great. Still game is fantastic. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that Doberman, and then we'll go on to the the thing that's going to get me into so much shit just from playing. Oh well. If you're going to go out, you may as well go out in a like field of fuck yous. Because I don't believe in censorship, and I don't believe in punishing people for speech and thought. Oh, I haven't seen this in a long time.
You the one that's been the traditional Scottish band?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
That's them now, right?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, they're great. I love
good,
these
yeah.
guys. Oh, they're
Well, thanks very much. Thank you. Yeah. Hi, I'm Jay Levinson, Paul Simon's agent.
Hello there, you all right, my friend?
Yeah, then don't tell me, you are the band, right?
That's right, no more about the band,
Now listen, you know why I want to meet you, yep?
People outside of Scotland probably won't know who Rapsy Nesbitt is, but if you ever get the chance to watch, I really do recommend it.
Right, Paul Simon is looking for ethnic music to exploit, to feature on his next album. And he has decided to look at the music of Scotland, so who knows, you guys could end up playing in Paul Simon's next million-selling album, you know?
We hear that boy, a million-selling album, eh?
We're getting a little touring now.
Oh, all the concerts and all the parties, you know?
Baby, all the stars,
So, tell me, when would this recording take place?
Oh, early July.
Oh, that's a big
during marching season.
You see, we've a lot of marches on in Wisha then, you know.
Well, we can talk dates later. Let's talk music, right? Oh, listen, what kind of drum is that?
That's a big drum.
That's what it gets called.
Right. Tell me, do you do anything to the skin to improve the sound?
Oh, toot, pal, don't bother, eh?
That's Paul Simon. Isn't he a Catholic, is he? He's Jewish. Oh, but is he a Catholic, Jew, or a Protestant Jew?
For people who don't realise, the UK's never had a big history of and we've one of the few European countries that's never had a track record on killing the Jews or anything like that, because Protestants and Catholics were too busy killing each other for hundreds of years to give a shit about anyone else.
Why don't you give me a demonstration of your drumming, eh?
Oh, sure.
Right?
Well, I normally do this. But on very, very special occasions, I do this.
Special occasions?
Now, you know, when we're passing a pineapple, you know, the chapel cat,
Hey, don't tell me. Is that Derry's Walls or the green grassy slopes?
Aye.
Right. Hey, listen, do you have an all-time favourite, like a greatest hit?
My uncle used to be
that has to be the
used to play the accordion in the Orange Walk.
All right. And which key do you play it in?
So did my other uncle.
Which musical key?
And my grandfather,
is it?
actually.
C, G, D?
Oh, C, oh. Definitely D. Because it goes D, D, D.
Listen, I'm sorry. I think I've wasted enough time here already. I mean, this was obviously a bad idea. This band you call yourself, it hasn't got one musical bone in its entire body. Goodbye.
Cheery straight up at us. Oh, I don't worry about it. What does she know? Nothing at all. I mean, since when did playing in an orange band have anything to do with music? No.
I know Americans are very confused by this, so let me give you some context. Protestants are very, 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 very militant after the Catholic Reformations. And we still have active marches, so let me just show you. This is what I grew up with. I apologize to any Catholic viewers. You're welcome here, but I mean, come on, you guys don't have marching bands. One of our most hated monarchs. Yeah, no, Mary was the biggest Irish nationalist I knew was a Prot. Yeah, I mean, it's not as divided these days. I don't think most people think Catholic and Protestant. I mean, maybe Northern Ireland. I think in most of the UK it's a non-issue, even Glasgow. Old school Pete, they're joining hands in Ulster here in Scotland, not so much. I don't know. You might. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me when this thing hits Glasgow. You will see Celtic and Rangers supporters standing together, because that's what happened during the BLM Antifa shit. When they tried to storm. Let me see if I can find it first before playing this. Probably sweep that video. Oh, here we go. It wasn't just Rangers, to be fair. There were Catholics there. This is what happens when Antifa came to Glasgow a couple of years ago. They didn't even get close to the area. So I really feel bad for anyone who starts shit in Glasgow, because my people have a history of not tolerating this at a working class level. Just imagine, you start your shit in Glasgow and there's just a mob. I assure you, Glasgow's prepared to defend itself. Oh, we're defending ourselves. Not sure who against yet, but we're defending ourselves. I feel like a cavalier in Norfolk. Excellent. The Green Brigade are all commies. I feel like that will change. You're getting it, fannies. Hey, thank you very much, Conde Rice. Jews were... I know, but the 1300s, though, in terms of modern history, that's not that recent. When Northern nationalists in the UK loyal... Yeah, when you have this happening, you have... Nope, that's... I need to delete that. There you go. There you go. When you have this happening, so if anyone confused about that image, it's because I sometimes cover like cretins and pedophiles, and sometimes I have to put up evidence. I'm very lazy when it comes to, like, I'm very good before stream, but after streams I just forget to delete shit. I've got like 100 tabs here in OBS. None of them are relevant to today. It's such a mess. But yeah, when you have this happening, you know you're fucked. When you... How the fuck? I can't believe it. I still can't believe that that's a thing. Oh, no way. That's the sign. That's the end times. That's a sign that pigs are flying. Hell has frozen over. Boeing has constructed an aircraft that doesn't fall apart. Oh my god. You fucked up. Before we go into the Toby Robinson thing, for people who are curious about the references to the orange and stuff, I mean, it has happened in England. I'm not doubting that it has happened. It just, I'm not denying that it has happened. It's just not as prevalent in like the UK compared to most European countries. Like, we've had Jewish members of parliament from hundreds of years ago. But primarily it was just Protestants versus Catholics. Well, up until recently, when you have everyone blaming the Jews for everything. Yikes. But yeah, this is the Orange Walk, Orange March. That's the orange ball. If you know, you know.
You're the one that's been the traditional Scottish.
Anyway, welcome back. Sorry, I'm probably quiet again. I'm in my microphone. Let the people sing. Try. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not like. I'm gonna be honest. I think the GQ is fucking retarded. I think if the Jews really controlled everything, they wouldn't be in such bad circumstances all throughout history. I think it's just distraction. It's just, oh, we'll blame the Jews. Well, okay. Blaming the Jews isn't going to fix anything, buddy. But yeah, this is the banned Tony Robinson documentary. Once again, I don't always agree. I haven't always agreed with what Tony does. Definitely, like years ago when he was more extreme, absolutely disavow some of the shit he's done. But he chilled out, and now he is like one of the few people who stands up and speaks for working class issues. He's not always perfect with it. He's not the most articulate of people. But the shit the state has done to him is absolutely insane. Including trying to ban this documentary. Well, the internet remembers, Chad.
The news is how we find out what's happening in the world. It's how we form our...
I haven't actually seen this before, so this is going to be a live reaction for me as well. I'm going to put it on a slightly higher speed because I understand people probably don't stop for 2 hours. About 1.25, there we go.
Our opinions. Opinions based on facts. That's the key. Facts. Facts should be delivered to you by journalists based on the truth. But what if what they're delivering you isn't the truth?
What have we seen over the last couple of days, chap?
What if it's stories that are manipulated to make you think a certain way, to follow a certain narrative, different people's agendas? And what do they do to those who go against that mainstream narrative? Those who try to expose the truth? This is a documentary about the lengths they will go to shut down and silence.
Also, I just want to say this. I regret nothing about being outspoken about this. If you try and take me to prison or try and arrest me, I'm just going to write a book. And when I come out, that book is going... I'm going to write a book when I'm in prison.
Anyone from bringing you, the British public, the truth.
Like, fuck it, you're going to arrest us all anyway. You're going to fucking send us to the gulag. May as well make sure that history remembers.
Non-disclosure agreements.
He's a nasty little piece of shit. Wung the hockey stick over his head and hit me in the spine with it.
Well, it's already, isn't it?
This kid was out unconscious already.
Thank you for the people who notified me that the videos were muted.
That's just malicious.
I'm not standing, you're not going back. No, because what you're doing, I know what you're doing.
Tommy, I am gonna mince your kids, mate.
It's absolutely deplorable, the shit that Tony Robinson... Like, I get it, he's high profile and it's controversial, but some of the shit that's happened to him, absolutely unbelievable.
This is a documentary about the unholy alliance between the media, the justice system, and our politicians. How they conspire to suppress free speech. How they...
You know, all this would be avoidable if politicians were just more honest.
But democracy, and how the truth and your freedoms are just two of the casualties. We will show how the mainstream media deceives people, how they ignore the truth, how the lies of the virtue signalling BBC, ITV and Channel 4 are all about their poisonous agenda, no matter the cost to innocent people. It's also a documentary about how an everyday playground incident between two young lads was spun into global news, at a terrible cost to so many people, not least the two young lads themselves. We will show how the law is being abused, how people driven by hateful ideologies attempt to intimidate and silence anyone who dares to challenge the so-called progressive, so-called liberal narrative. We will show the foolishness of our fear-driven political leaders who jumped on a story, took a side without knowing the truth, or worse still, knowing it but hiding it, because the truth didn't fit their narrative, regardless of the human cost. And we'll ask three important questions. Firstly, is the media accountable to anyone, in any way, for what they report? Years after the Leveson inquiry, has anything changed, or do they continue to act with impunity? Secondly, is our legal system still fit for purpose? We will show how lawyers who hate Britain but love jihadi warriors have weaponised the law system against us, and how the legal system really only works for the rich. And finally, how do we keep
Yeah, we're going to meet in the beer.
our politicians accountable? If the police, the courts and the state can silence anyone for speaking inconvenient truths that may raise questions about government policy, is the UK any different from China, Russia or Iran in their treatment of dissidents? And of course, for people...
From Andy Bez, welcome to the chat. Mainstream media just said it was the far right, but the Muslims got together on a roundabout getting hold. Yeah, we've covered that. It's absolutely insane. People have been like stabbed, heads kicked in, permanently disabled because of that. Cars, pubs attacked, media was attacked, intimidated. Not a fucking word.
Piers Morgan for Jeremy Vine for the BBC, ITV and Channel 4. It's a
Have a good
tutorial
one, Dobrin.
on journalism. Keep watching it. You'll learn a lot. Our story appears to start and end in a brief playground incident at Almondbury Community School in Huddersfield. A playground scuffle. One boy poured a bottle of water on another child. The school dealt with it, and that should have been that. 3 weeks later, however, a video clip of the incident surfaced, and within hours, with the help of lawyers and the ignorant rantings of ITV's Piers Morgan and the BBC's Jeremy Vine, it was made into a global news event. And the lives of so many people were turned upside down. Such playground incidents happen every day. So why was this spat between two boys transformed into global news? Well, one of the boys was white, and the other a Syrian refugee. At which point the truth of the matter was buried beneath an avalanche of agendas and opportunism. Within hours, the Race Hate Brigade was sharpening their blades.
Clearly, when somebody comes from Syria, fleeing Assad's regime, coming to a place like this, when they get treated that way, that's an issue. And the whole world is looking at us.
Where are we? We're in Almondbury. Do I say the scene of the incident? Is it the incident? It's the scene of the Great Lie. I call it the Great Lie because this lie was pushed around the globe. Yeah? This here is the school where the world was told a Syrian refugee was waterboarded by a racist English bully. It was in a playing field here, and do you know what? This is the first time I've been here. Because when this blew up on the news, it's a child's school. Kids are in school. I didn't come outside here. You'd see the scenes outside here where the Imam was here with mobs of men, yeah? Mobs of Muslim men. Extremists travelled up from London, such as Ali Dawah, to cause a scene outside this kids' school. Anyway, but I'm here. Why am I here? I'm here because I face a court case. I'm being prosecuted. It's gone to the High Court, and I have to prove. I made a video stating that it was a lie, stating that Jamal wasn't innocent, and telling some facts about Jamal beating up girls, an instance that I'd been warned about by the members of this community to tell the truth about what happened at this school. I've got to prove it in court, so I've come to Huddersfield. I'm now going to knock. I need to find witnesses. I've got addresses for many. I need to knock and talk to them and see who I can get to come to court to help me prove to you, the public. This is about as much as proving in court as proving to you, the British public, that I was the only journalist in the country who told the truth about what happened in this community. The story you were told. You were told that a vulnerable Syrian child refugee had been bullied and waterboarded.
Now, I just want to say, just because I have no idea what the factuality of this is.
By a nasty.
I'm simply playing this because fuck censorship.
Told it was a racist attack. You were told of the dangers of far-right extremism. You were invited to agree that this kind of intolerance could not be tolerated. Was he vulnerable? Was it a racist attack? Our evidence shows the answers to both these questions was no. Was the Syrian lad waterboarded? Why was this word used? What about this? Was that waterboarding? Take a look at this. It shows a group of non-white children beating up a white girl. It went viral online, but it wasn't touched by the mainstream media. It wasn't made into a global story. Why not? Meanwhile, the usual suspects had lit the fire and were gleefully stoking the flames.
Everybody was exposing the scumbag that did this, who I hope gets severe retribution.
And of course, the politicians. They're always quick to jump on the bandwagon. Theresa May, Sajid Javid, Naz Shah, Nicholas Soames, Winston Churchill's grandson. Such moral outrage. And it's not just the media and the politicians. In today's Twitter and Facebook-driven worlds, where celebrities and groups compete to virtue signal, most of them driven by the warm feeling they get by expressing their moral outrage, or by fear. The fear of what might happen to them if they don't. Everyone who's anyone pumped the Bailey Jamal story. Boxers, Lennox Lewis, Huddersfield Football Club, celebrities from across the globe. Let's have a look at all of the celebrities and blue tick brigades who pumped the Jamal story. And here are some of the people who pumped the story you watched earlier of the white girl getting beaten up. Sadly, whether it's politicians, celebrities or other groups, none of them are wise.
And that also adds to the frustration I feel many people have, is the fact that there has been open racism against natives. There's been a lot of open racism against white people, at the point where it became mainstream for a couple of years. And nothing has ever been done about it, and nothing is ever highlighted about it. I'm not saying that people should be attacked for racial reasons or anything like that. I never agree with anything like that. But at the same time, you have to apply the law equally.
Enough or pause long enough to ask whether they have the whole story, to check the facts, to find the truth. But why let the truth get in the way of such a good story? And this story was just too good a story. Two lads in a playground scrap is not international news. But racist white thug waterboards helpless Syrian refugee, boom! Racism can't be tolerated, beware of the far right. That's their kind of story.
It's always far
we'll
right.
Hear more about the Miller.
It's always, just trying to chat here for a second. It's always the far right. They will always blame, like the far right is just the boogeyman term that they're now using for anything they don't like. Same. Why is chat not showing up? Same shit happened here in the US, happened to me. Like I said, it just means anti-government. Yeah. Yeah, there is like a double standard. It's really annoying. I feel like people wouldn't mind so much if it was at least open. It's like, holy fuck.
And left later. But
it's like during the BLM riots. More people died from the BLM riots in the year than, I think it was like 2 years of police killings.
Clearly weren't going to miss out on this.
It's just such stupid clown world shit. That to anyone who's not indoctrinated by this, it's just like, how do these people wake up in the morning? I suspect, chat, this is how they wake up in the morning. Trans rights, free Palestine, LGBT, I want to abort my child. Seriously, deranged motherfuckers. That's how I genuinely think they wake up in the morning.
Well, representing might be too harsh a word, but I'm here as a concerned citizen.
Mohammed Min Pandor, a mufti on a mission.
He high flats. You're a really
brief from his mosque in Batley, a town at the far end of the district. In fact, there's 40 mosques closer to this school. But perhaps Mufti Pandor had his own agenda.
That's insane. People, fucking drug dealers were waterboarding people. I never heard about that.
You see, his little brother, Councillor Shabir Pandor, is the leader of Kirklees Council in Huddersfield. And they were having some pretty bad news days at that time. By the way, Mufti Pandor, he's the same guy who ordered the Islamic mob to come to the school in Batley and demand the sacking of...
I can't remember if it was Sargon, Carl Benjamin, who said that the government just created 1,000 Tony Robinsons over this weekend.
The RE teacher who showed a cartoon of Muhammad in a discussion about free speech.
Like, I'm not necessarily his biggest fan, but when it comes to this shit, yeah, he has a point.
Look at what we do as a community, and you'll understand our stance. So what has happened is totally unacceptable. Yeah, and we have made sure that the school understands that. The teacher has been suspended. The teacher has been suspended.
You may recall the teacher had to flee and he's still in hiding under police protection. Luckily, he hasn't ended up like Samuel Paty, the French teacher who was beheaded for having a similar discussion in a classroom about free speech.
That's insane. I just looked that up, old school people. I hope that guy gets whipped to death.
You see, free speech is essential for any society wishing to maintain intellectual and social progress. But not all societies are bothered about intellectual and social progress. Should we be silenced by the demands of Mufti Pandor and Sharia law?
No.
Should we sacrifice our freedom of speech?
No.
Should we sacrifice the free and open exchange of ideas?
No.
Should we sacrifice the cultural inheritance of which we are all custodians? But back to the bad news days in Kirklees and the playground incident in 2018. There was also Kirklees counsellor Masood Ahmed.
I'm not aware of there's a problem at the school. That's something obviously I need to find out in terms of that there is a problem at the school, and that is something I will definitely be picking up.
Now, some of you may remember this.
My colleague's going to explain what's going to happen next, right?
Am I being arrested?
I am being arrested.
Causing a breach of peace.
Of course, a breach of peace. I'm being arrested.
But the content of what you're
Can we just say
streaming.
The content of what I'm streaming, I'm being arrested for breach of the peace. I'm being arrested for breach of the peace. You've all watched this. You've all watched this. You've all watched this. You've all watched this. Can you get me a solicitor? Can you get me a solicitor?
Can you just turn off your live feed?
Can you get me a solicitor?
Turn off your live feed, please.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I just said?
No, can you explain it again?
I remember this.
What does that mean? What does that mean? At the same time as this playground spat between two young lads, 20 Huddersfield men were being jailed across Yorkshire at Leeds Crown Court for what would be the biggest grooming gang Britain has ever seen. Ultimately, 35 almost exclusively Muslim men would be given 380 years in prison for grooming, trafficking and raping young children, most of whom were known to counsellor Pandor's Kirklees Council. Mufti Pandor travelled for half an hour to rabble-rouse a gang outside the school gates over this playground incident, when within a couple of mile radius in Batley, police have arrested a further 99 men in relation to historic sex crimes. So far, 32 have been charged, including one Ibrahim Pandor, 41 of Batley. That makes it the highest destination of grooming gang arrests anywhere in the UK. We Googled to see what Mufti Pandor has said about these grooming gang atrocities. Nothing. We Googled to see what Councillor Masood Ahmed's condemnation. Nothing. In fact, we can't find the condemnation from the Mufti's brother either, Councillor Shabir Pandor, leader of the council. Just one statement from him, reported in June 2019, telling the National Working Group of Child Sexual Exploitation Response Unit that his authority had moved forward. That's it. They've moved on. Never mind grooming gangs, gang rape of young children. All these men seem to be far more concerned about what happened in a playground at Ormond.
And don't forget, one of the reasons this wasn't tackled for so long is because they were afraid of being accused of being racist. The police were aware of this. The police were aware of these children being raped in
community school. Or about cartoons of their prophet, Muhammad.
Never forget Charlie Hebdo.
I think I now realise how difficult this is going to be, because everyone we spoke to today, they're all confirming what I said was true. Everyone's confirming what Jamal was like, including school staff. But as soon as I mention this camera, as soon as I mention court, I need someone to come to court, they just totally silent straight away. No one can have said that. No.
I don't think the police did lose their job.
No, I've said this.
I think you would have to get rid of such a significant portion of the upper police management force that there'd be none left. And not just that, the politicians, the MPs. It's corruption at its worst.
The jump in is raining. But I'm realising how difficult it's going to be, but I have got an idea for that now after today. So
I think there was very few people.
Let's go to
if it was me, right, and I was the Prime Minister, this is what I would do. I know, I've said, we don't send in the military, but in that instance, I would absolutely send in the army. I would hunt them down. I would drag them out in the middle of the street, and they wouldn't make it to their destination, chap. They wouldn't make it to their destination.
McDonald's because I'm starving. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I see you on YouTube.
Yeah.
I see you.
Smaller in real life, isn't it?
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you, bud.
Shall I offer you a drink?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Cheers, though. Yeah, thanks, man.
Very nice to see you.
No, thank you, bud.
Hello.
Steve, how are you, mate? It's Tommy. I'm good, mate. Bro, mate, have you still got all those hidden cameras?
Yeah, of course I have, yeah.
Could I borrow them? Yeah, but when I say borrow them, I'm going to need to take them for weeks because I've got so much to do. It's a long story, I'll explain when I see you. But I'm in a bit of a situation. I need some hidden cameras.
Listen, not a problem. I'll put some kit together for you.
That's it. So that's the idea. The idea is, I've got a friend there, Secret Steve, who has all sorts of cameras, yeah? He's a private investigator. I need to show the public everything I've heard today. I need the public to hear and know the truth. I need them to know how much they've been lied to by the media about what happened in this town. And the only way, unfortunately, I'm going to be able to do that is with hidden cameras. Because today, I've heard the truth
emotion, bro. I can see why he was
you
buying
to know
it.
the truth, and everyone's too scared. That's why I said Project Fear. Everyone is too scared to speak the truth or to come to court. So I'm going to end up getting hammered in court. The whole world told I've lied when I haven't. I was the only journalist in the UK who told the truth. So we need to prove it. So we'll shoot down the motorway now. We'll go get these hidden cameras. These are all. So this is a tie. There's a camera in that. That's the camera. Mad, isn't it?
People do need to see this.
You've got everything here. Cameras, glasses. I don't wear glasses, so that's going to be awkward. That's the bottom of a coffee cup. So you put that on the bottom of the coffee.
Got more technology than MI5.
I feel like James Bond. This today, that's the camera. I'll have to take this off, but it doesn't matter because apparently this records all the audio, it records everything. That's the camera, and I feel a little bit dirty doing this, but it is the only way I'm going to get people to speak. And then I need you to hear what I hear.
The idea that people would maraud the streets looking for him was appalling. The fact that the video itself, although it showed the accumulation of things that built up to that, did not deserve what happened to him or to anybody else in that situation. I'm afraid the media, I call it a perfect storm. I was getting emails from Pakistan, from Australia, from America telling me to resign. So it went worldwide, and I'm afraid I came into teaching.
We've seen it in the last 48 hours over the weekend, how the media is lying and how they're complicit and how they'll completely push a certain narrative. Like the BBC webpage is just flippantly doing that. There's no balance. Now, if I was if I had the money or the people, I would sue the BBC. I would take the BBC to court over the lack of impartiality.
To help.
Because it's insane. I know like the BBC is like a propaganda wing of the government, but it's not supposed to be that unveiled.
Poor people. And they got rid of me.
Pieces plus.
I've got a problem here. I lost my job over this. And as a result, the council has told me that I cannot speak to anybody ever about it. So unfortunately...
Well, you lost your job over about anything?
I was there when it happened. I was there when I dealt with all the situation. And then Ofsted came. Then Trevor wasn't there anymore. That's all I can say. I can't get a job. So that's where it's left me. And I can live with that, but Bailey were only 15. I can't live there. That's different.
It's got a
young man. He's a young man with a life that he should be. He's an articulate lad. He's got a lot about him. That's terrible. I can't.
No.
If I do, I could get myself into real trouble.
No, okay.
I could. Really serious trouble. Legal trouble, because part of the council's...
You've signed an NDA or something?
Correct. So they've said, you can't discuss it.
And what was the NDA? So you keep the pension? So you get a pension?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, bro.
I have to be very careful about what I say to it. I'm not allowed to talk about it. I really am not. So I can't discuss it. I can't discuss it with the media. I've always wanted to have my say,
against it,
which I've never had. Never been allowed to have. Never been allowed to say goodbye to my staff. Was just told to leave. So I worked there nearly 20 years, and never got a card, never got a goodbye.
This whole thing was just used. The whole thing was used, yes, to push them in.
And hijacked, and by the right, as a political, I'm quite a political person, by the right and the left. It was hijacked and spun all out of proportion, and now we've got problems.
But essentially what I've got...
What you'll meet is a wall of silence.
What a mess.
It is a mess, but it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for Bailey. I'm not sure Jamal will get anything out of this ever in his life.
Imagine being an educator for 20 years, working in a school for 20 years, and you're politically thrown out of your job to the point where you can't find any other employment. What was the crime of this teacher? He was the headmaster for a school. Oh, disgusting.
Positive out of it either, necessarily. He might have got a few silver coins from Judas, but that's about it. You know, that's it.
The thing is that the incident happened 6 weeks prior, or weeks prior. And then on the same day at the same time, if you looked at the timings, the GoFundMe set up, the statement's released.
Now you see you're putting a picture together.
And then they built up.
I couldn't comment on that, but you've got a picture there.
And built up as a racist incident.
Correct.
He's Syrian, he's English.
Correct.
Job done. Already, that's gold, yeah? I know that's gold. All I hope that's recorded. I can't turn a computer on. So I just pray that's got the audio and the visual, and it's not pointing up there, that we've got it, because that was the head teacher. And that's the first visit. And I know this is going to work. So I now know, just off that, I didn't think he'd talk. I thought he'd shut the door in my face. He didn't. He seemed like he wanted to talk. There's a lot he wants to say. So, but yeah, let's go. Next stretcher. This is exciting. Was there a racism problem in the school?
Well, no, I don't think there was.
What about other Syrian refugees? Like, do you think what happened to Jamal in the school was because he was a Syrian refugee?
No, not at all. I told you before that would have happened
No matter.
If the child was white, big, blue, whatever colour.
They're all scared.
Yeah. We've got careers, aren't they? I work for probation service now.
You do now?
Yeah.
Excuse me, chap. I was taking a bite of a chicken tender. Does he look like a racist to you, chap? Does that look like your stereotypical white nationalist?
So I don't know where I stand with it. If I go, I could lose my job.
What about if... No, and I wouldn't...
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it, bro.
I work for probation service now. You see, if I didn't work for...
You see, if you were someone...
If I didn't work for the fucking public sector no more, I would say, God, they can go fuck themselves. They can't... You know what I mean?
So they seem to be pretty keen on these NDAs.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Deputy counsel. But I can't disclose that with you.
Like what?
Loads. I'm saying I can't disclose it because I signed it.
That incident was talked about by Theresa May at a G20 summit. So they asked her a question
Get
about
F's
it.
in chat for Kirkle's counsel's
We were then
integrity.
escorted.
Excuse me. Could we get F's in chat for Kirkle's counsel's integrity?
By 5 of the top inspectors in the country. Then only send one registered inspector.
Thank you, Ocean Bro.
We had the head of safeguarding. I had Amanda Spielman, the head of Ofsted, speaking to me about it. If you want my honest opinion, they said, get up there, this is, I don't know who they is, get up there and shut that school. Get up there and get rid of this.
Get rid of the problem. Over the Bailey.
Correct.
Over to Mel.
Correct. Get up there and get rid of it.
But what do you think that is? Like, do you think, because I looked at it, I was married...
Yeah, F's for the UK government.
Because he came here 2 years ago, I've got so many negative things said about him now by so many people. Well, I mean so many. Well, I mean, I've got children at school.
I said it to you before. We had 9 Syrian children, 9 families.
Yep.
We all had one issue.
Well, my view is that you won't get much of an answer out of Rob because you work there and he's bound by various confidentiality, so...
Non-disclosure agreements. Did he get paid as well?
I'm not going to comment.
They all have. Every teacher got paid not to tell the truth. But the head teacher can't even talk about Jamal at all.
No, neither can I.
Neither can you. What's your name?
Well, if you work it out, it must be a good one, mustn't it?
Oh yeah, did you work there as well?
No, I was the chair of governors there, but so it's not...
My issue is...
You're not going to get anywhere, really.
No, yeah.
And Rob wouldn't talk to you either, so it's...
They're trying to...
It's pointless me even giving you...
I told the truth.
Your contact details.
Okay.
It wouldn't work with it.
I told the truth about what happened today.
I am not even arguing.
His life was destroyed.
Well, that's not fair either, is it?
As a racist bully, he weren't.
He wasn't.
I know.
And I both know that.
I know.
Unfortunately, the truth is just...
How much money is it?
I can't say the figure because if I say the figure, it goes out.
Because, mate,
18.
I've just found out. Well, the head teacher's told us already that he was blackmailed and threatened. I've just found out of Kumar.
God damn it, my chat
He
is
paid
dead.
£18,000.
No.
Paid. He said, I can't say. Shh. I signed. I was paid. So paid what? He was paid money by the local council, so he can't tell the truth about what's gone on in that school.
That's insane. That is corruption.
They've given everyone non-disclosure agreements.
That is
from school staff,
textbook
to
corruption.
So, and Paul Kumar to get £18,000, he's not even involved. If you live here, if you live in this area, your tax money, he's got 18 grand. What must the head teacher have got? He must have got 6 figures. How much money have they spent on this lie?
We put in a freedom of information request to Kirklees Council to find out exactly how much they had spent of taxpayers' money to get the silence of their staff. They didn't answer the first request. They avoided the second. Only when we sent them legal letters, because they have to by law answer these questions, did we get our answer. They had spent over £250,000. Nearly £275,000 of taxpayers' money was spent making people remain silent.
But they've spent money silencing everybody, so no one can ever. This is forever.
He is just a guy.
No one can ever tell the truth.
He
While
is
they
just a
push
guy.
This manufactured
That's
lie
why they don't like him.
that destroyed lives, schools, communities.
I can tell you right now, right? I don't necessarily agree with everything Tony Robinson stands for. I don't necessarily agree with everything he's done in the past, but I can tell you, growing up working class, coming from working class background, the things that he says and the things that he believes is no different to the people that I grew up with, people that I see every single day. To paint him as like this mad extremist is fucking unhinged. It's just propaganda.
Everyone's life.
Like, what is ban-worthy about this? Like, what is ban-worthy about this? Christ.
I've seen life after life after life, person after person's life destroyed, while the council, your local council,
Agreed, Ocean Bro,
Kirklees
is
Council,
facts.
give away hundreds of thousands of pounds to make sure that the truth can never be told. I can't believe it. I knew from
I
day
could
dot,
believe
I
it,
asked
honestly,
myself the
Chris.
question, when this was blowing up and I knew the
Wish I
truth.
didn't have
said, how
to
come no
believe
teacher's
it,
telling the
but
truth?
I could believe
If
it.
all those teachers know what's gone on in that school, how come none of them are coming out and saying, well, now we know. Now the whole
Teachers
world's
are
gonna know.
cowards. Teachers
Kirklees Council paid
indoctrinate
not to.
children to the state's will
Unbelievable.
anyway.
Unbelievable.
The most surprising thing is the fact that that even privately they would discuss it.
Jamal was in your year? Yeah, he was in the same year as me. What was his
What was Jamal's attitude like at school?
He wasn't very nice. He called female teachers bitches. He just didn't really have respect for the female students, to be honest. Yeah, basically, we were in a PE lesson and we were playing hockey with a teacher called Mr. Cattell, and I had taken the hockey puck off of Jamal because I was on the other team and sent it to the other side of the room where my teammates were, and I then turned around and just felt a really sharp pain in my back, and he'd swung the hockey stick over his head and hit me in the spine with it.
Do you think there's any way that could have been an accident?
No. It knocked me to my knees.
It knocked you to your knees? How long had Jamal been at school when this happened?
About 2 weeks. I've had lasting injuries from it. It's caused me to have severe pain in the top of my back.
Really disgusting.
And I'm on medication for the pain.
Still now?
Yeah.
Did Jamal get in trouble for this?
Not that I'm aware of.
First, I want to apologise to anyone I've been forced to record with a hidden camera. Sadly, people are terrified to tell the truth because of the potential consequences. But the truth still needs to be told.
Do you remember of any incidents specifically with Jamal with blows?
Well, do with that one where he hit that girl with hockey stick, wasn't it?
Yeah, Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
I think it's her name then.
Yeah, let's go.
Lovely little girl, that.
Yeah.
He was just rude to him, obnoxious, bloody nasty. No respect for ladies, no respect for girls.
Yeah.
Expected everybody to bow down to him.
Because he was to the side of me, so he tried pushing me, and so I quickly moved out of obviously I knew what it was like, he would have actually hit me and stuff.
Yeah.
So I moved, and then that's when he moved his arms as if he was going to try to slap my face back.
Okay. And but he did, but on that day he spat at you multiple times? Where'd the spit go?
Literally all on me in the camera side, and all down the school bag. Because when I went home I told mum and we discussed
Imagine having to deal with that shit as a student. I mean, I get bullying happens, but...
He's a nasty little piece of shit.
Was he?
Yeah. And I told your solicitor that when she rung me.
Okay.
He's a horrible boy.
Was he?
Yeah. And it's all that.
What was he like at school then?
I'm starting to see why they want this documentary suppressed.
He had no respect for women at all. None. Did you even snap?
No respect for him?
No. I told you to all this on phone.
Okay.
Jamal grabbed him by his tie, literally threw him against the wall, cracked his head open against back at wall and just kept throwing him against the wall. This kid was out unconscious already. That's just malicious. That's just intent to kill.
Attempted, yeah, that's attempt.
What
Or at least grievous bodily harm.
And a girl, and they were horrendous. The kids, they were just horrific. The couple of kids that they had, they used to bully the kids.
What, Jamal?
Yeah.
See, what was Jamal like though?
From Dry Oaks, don't look behind the curtains.
A dickhead.
Was he?
He came to isolation a few times. They want perfect child.
No.
Yeah,
welcome back, Victoria.
Well, you know what job I did, don't you?
He was in isolation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isolation loads of times.
Was he?
Yeah.
What was he like though?
Troublesome child.
Yeah.
He used to make up fucking stories.
He used to make up stories?
Yeah. At one stage, I think it's something to do with his sister. Somebody said something to his sister and I was in isolation. And I just come out and he was waiting outside isolation and wanted to beat the girl up or something. I can't remember.
He wanted to beat the girl up?
Yeah, that said something to his sister. Just 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Well, he used to lie a lot.
But this whole thing was built off what he said, and if he lied a lot, it's a big problem. What's that?
He was quite a violent person.
He was a violent person?
Yeah. So I was a year below and he was a year above.
Yep.
He used to, every time I walked past, try and grab me.
Every time you walked past him? What happened with you and him?
This kid sounds like a piece of shit.
What was that over? Nothing else? Every day? But when you saw him? He just attacked you? Is he like that with lots of kids? Just certain kids? So he thought he could?
Unbelievable.
No. Well, he just randomly attacked you?
I get, okay. You know what? I get kids can be fucking dickheads. And even, like, it doesn't matter about race, really. A lot of, you get teenagers who are like that. You get little shits, both male and female, when they grow up. They're just nasty pieces of work. But to turn him into a victim is, fuck off. Like, holy shit, it's just like George Floyd. The guy beat up a pregnant woman, fucking overdosing fentanyl, and all this shit, and he's just turned into a martyr for a cause he didn't deserve to be made a saint of. Oh, you gotta love it.
Yeah. What about, your mum said something about he put something in between his hands?
Oh yeah, it was a compass. I remembered it yesterday, just as we went. It was a compass.
he got a compass and he was going around like, when he got to me, he went proper hard to me, made me bleed and everything. And I think it was Miss Ennis that proper gave him a top telling off.
Okay. You know, you said, so say like that incident there, you said some girl said something to Jamal's sister and he waited outside to beat her up.
Well, there are testimonies from several children who alleged they were being bullied by him. Younger children, little girls, mostly girls. Is Jamal the innocent victim you've been told? I gathered these testimonies over just a few hours filming in Huddersfield. I could have carried on.
Yeah, I was waiting outside isolation to beat the girl up.
And about the lies?
Yeah, I'd say about Jamal, he used to tell fibs, 7 times he got investigated. And
now, chat, does that seem like a white supremacist to you? Does this guy seem like he's batting for some political ideology against brownies? No. I think this guy is just, he's just a normal English guy who's fucking sick and tired. He was also sick and tired of that little shit.
he just fucking turned out to be fucking
I don't
nice.
want to bring skin color into it because he's clearly fucking English. Like, that accent's not getting any more English, but like, clearly he's not a fucking white racist. Get the fuck.
The fact he always lied is a big point. The fact that you know that the police, the school investigated incidents where he said things happened and they turned out to be made up.
Yeah, it was fibs. They couldn't have happened. It couldn't happen because I think one, the child wasn't even in school that accused. I can remember.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm sure he accused us another guy called Jaden. I can't remember his last name.
Called what?
Jaden.
Jaden.
He accused Jaden or something. And when me and Miss Ennis investigated, it was fucking bollocks.
Not very likeable, really.
No.
You know, about what he was going to do to sisters and what have you.
To Bailey?
To Bailey and to others.
Oh, and to others.
But not a very nice boy.
When you say, what was he going to do to the sisters?
Well, he told Bailey he was going to rape them.
Told Bailey he was going to rape his sister?
I'm seeing this
and I've tried to argue that it was in the public's interest for him to know the truth about Jamal.
So all this is... So it's me and my blood. You know, I'm having to stop myself from bed mostly.
Yeah. Jamal seems like every kid I spoke to that he attacked was younger.
Yeah, a bullet.
Do you know who Jamal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm finding out.
Yeah, that's what I remember. He said he was going to stab him, so I think it was the signs or something. Yeah. I remember. He said, yeah, somebody goes to come on then.
Nasty piece of work on.
Because that thing of him getting caught with a knife in school, it's like, what? Caught with a knife and a screwdriver?
I don't even think like the race. I don't think like even a racial element. Once again, I think you get dickheads, ball races, and all this shit. But why wasn't this kid removed? Why wasn't he punished? I'm gonna say this as well, because fuck it, why not? If you're a guest in the country, if you're fleeing some war-torn shithole, maybe don't give people a reason to send you back. Maybe be grateful for being on this blessed land where you can flourish and be allowed to live without having artillery shells and barrel bombs from Russia dropping on you. How about being fucking grateful that countries like mine even humour the idea of taking in people from countries like yours?
Yes, it's about falling about the water.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Surely you
got a statement on that?
No, because there's things missing. But I've got his dad mentioning it in the minutes of a meeting. His dad mentions it in a meeting with the school. His dad mentions about them catching him with a knife and a screwdriver. His dad brought it up. I've got it in black and white.
Yeah, so you've got a good case there.
I've got it. Yeah, he got caught with a knife. They can't deny it.
You see, the truth was there for the media. It was there for celebrities and politicians to see. They could have told you the truth at the time, before some of you gave over £160,000 of your money to the poor victim, Jamal. Well, not so poor anymore. But none of this was true. A key part of this case is that I reported what I was told. Before my involvement in this story, a mother went online and said her daughter had been attacked by Jamal.
I contacted that mother. She sent me images of her daughter. She said her little daughter was beaten by 3 Muslim girls and that Jamal jumped in and bit her daughter on the head. She sent me the images of the bite marks on her daughter's head. I said, can I speak?
Wow.
To you, can I interview you? I rang the mother, but the child was too scared to talk to me.
Too scared?
Oh no, everyone's scared.
A girl went online and said that she had been attacked by Jamal. Both of these victims deleted their comments. Why? Both of these victims had gone online and reported this before my involvement at all in this case. I simply reported
it was not talked about.
We revisited the mother's house to try and get confirmation as to why she backtracked on the story she had put out and the story she had told me.
I don't care if you're driving, Tommy Robinson's there.
Tell her not to worry, don't worry.
He said don't worry.
Yeah.
You sound like a sycophant.
When you put online about Jamal, what happened? Like, what did you what happened? What was the response to that?
What do you mean?
I mean, did you receive? Did I receive threats?
Yeah, we did.
What sort of threats?
Rape, all sorts, Tommy.
Shit, sorry. I can guarantee you right now, if that was like an English boy, he would absolutely be sent to prison for carrying a knife at school.
And I'm just because I want to try and
at least under a police caution.
understand is that and is that because what I've looked at, and Jamal's solicitors are using a statement that you made saying
the two-tier policing.
Jamal had nothing to do with it. But was that? I'm asking, was that in response to the threats you received?
Yeah.
It was. Okay.
Liar.
Disgusting behaviour from anybody.
He's just a liar. Jamal telling fibs all the time. There's several times investigated.
Sounds like a nasty piece
found out that
of
he's talking
shit.
fucking shit.
I don't think the whole. But then I read Jamal reading what was blatantly a prepared statement on the news.
I don't feel safe at school. Sometimes I say to my dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. I was just crying, and I didn't do nothing because I respect the school rules.
Yeah, he used to break rules all the time. Yeah, he used to lie. He used to lie a lot. He lied several times.
You're right.
He lied several times.
He is bringing what he learns at home into school.
Caught him several times lying.
He's suing me for defamation for what I've said about him. And I'm finding out after teacher after teacher after teacher, he's far worse than what I said. Far worse. I mean, like, far worse. He was put up on a pedestal by every single media outlet, politicians, footballers, celebrities, boxers, everybody. He's suing me for defamation for what I've said about him. All I'm knocking on the door and asking teacher after teacher after teacher is what was Jamal like. And it's just flowing. It's just boom. And he was far worse than anything I said. Far worse.
And this goes into the sort of, once again, the riots you've seen over the weekend and probably going to happen and continue happening weren't just built on nothing. It's this and thousands of other incidents. It's this situation because people who, like, you can't remove people's own truths. You can't, like, scoop the memories out of their heads. People will know the bullshit that's going on because they've lived the actual reality of it. It's what we're seeing just now. It's what we're seeing in the media just now with the Muslim gangs. Going around stabbing people, stomping on their head, macheting, fucking, like knifing journalists' wheels. Like, goddamn. This isn't a country in the UK. This isn't like some shitholistan. This isn't a developed country. Or what used to be a developed country.
I find it insane. Because there is no way that all the things I'm now finding out, that no other journalist has found this out. They must have known.
Oh, they absolutely would have known. There'll be statements from police, there'll be statements from children. So there'll be statements given to police.
But how they portray Paul Bailey was disgusting. It really was.
Because that's what I spoke to most people, said no, Bailey wasn't a bully.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't racist.
His mum had a bit
there's
of
a young child.
because they used to live up here.
A child who's been vilified by the
But he
media.
had two half-caste sisters, so how could he have been bad, you know? But
I did
Bailey
not know
wasn't
that.
that far from it. Yeah. He wasn't like...
I didn't know that the child who'd done that has mixed race sisters. That was never really put out in the media either. It's always accusations of racism.
He wasn't a bully, he was good lad.
Oh no.
See him, and then Mary would always say, oh yeah, no, she was alright, you know. But even doing...
Because he got portrayed, the way the media portrayed it was that Bailey was a horrible racist kid, and that Jamal was an innocent little refugee.
He wasn't. Not far from it.
So you were told Bailey was a bully, and he was a racist. He wasn't a saint in school. He'd be the first to admit that. He wasn't a bully or a racist. The police concluded there was nothing racist about the scuffle. Yet you were told he was vermin. You were told he needed to be dealt with. He was vilified by the media, by politicians and by celebrities. Bailey a bully? Bailey a racist? Not according to his teachers and other children. Not according to his head teacher of his school.
He was a 15-year-old kid, and it would have been, could be, have a great future. He's a very articulate lad. He's got a lot of...
really... Even the police found him to be not doing anything wrong, or it wasn't racially motivated, and they still went ahead with this. That's how are we living in such a clown world?
Issue about justice. Yeah, I think, you know, I could have seen him in a lawyer or something like that.
I don't get it, Chad. I really don't.
And he would stand up for his peers in school when he felt things were wrong. Yeah, he would do that.
I just want to tell the truth about Bailey.
Yeah, well...
His life was destroyed.
Well, that's not fair either, is it?
As a racist bully, he weren't.
And he wasn't.
I know.
And I both know that.
I know.
Unfortunately, the truth is just...
But Bailey didn't even get to sit his GCSEs because of this campaign of hate, this perversion of the truth. What about Jamal's broken arm? Which the world was told was because of bullying. That was a lie. School incident reports record that he had been punching a much younger child in the face while holding him in a headlock, and he was pushed off him, fell and broke his arm. The police considered the incident to have been dealt with properly.
You were picking, I think you picked...
This lot of shit should
I don't know who somebody pushed him to get him off.
He started calling my mum
It's like so many instances of serious assault.
It's like calling your mum a white fat bitch.
A white fat bitch.
And then I went up to him, and then I chucked a bottle at him, and then he put me in a headlock, and then my mate pushed him off me.
I believe that's how he broke his arm.
Yeah.
So he had you in a headlock?
Yeah.
So he physically assaulted you?
Yeah.
You said he called your mum a white bitch?
Yeah.
Is that the sort of terminology he uses a lot?
Yeah.
There were all sorts of misconceptions, like the fact that he had a broken arm.
Oh, I've got 2 independent witnesses.
No, he hit a year 8 kid. And another kid in year 11 stepped in and said, "What are you doing?" Pushed him over. Broke his arm.
Who he had in the headlock?
It must have been just start of year 11, put this kid in a headlock. One of my friends wasn't having it, didn't like how he was behaving, grabbed him and just threw him off him. Like anyone do break up a fight, they just like throw him off him.
What I find interesting about this is that obviously the reason they've got the pictures, the faces censored, is because it's teenagers. But I find it curious that they appear to be. It seems to be like the school children who are the ones coming forward to actually give proper testimony on this little shit, whereas the adults are all cowering. Doesn't that say something, chap? It's quite a interesting social conclusion there.
This was an all-out brawl.
Take for that what you will.
Completely one-sided, because this kid had no match against Jamal. Just threw him off him and he landed on a curb.
How big was he? Jamal was in year 11?
Yeah, half the size of Jamal easily.
Okay. You know, I know he was 12 and Jamal was 15.
But it was like kind of like half size-ish, kind of like up to shoulders kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he still had no match against him. And my friend just grabbed him, threw him off him, he landed on a curb. And I was like,
From Yap. They would have just played the Islamophobia card if they couldn't play the racism card. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. From Old School Pete, G20, I remember the protesters camped out in Edinburgh, Antifa, all the big names. I'm not typing in here, mad seeing them all, but then again, the Clown Army unicycling through Niddry isn't exactly shocking. Yeah. Edinburgh's way more cut than Glasgow.
Reported in by Jeremy Vine and in the newspapers that that was an incident of Jamal being bullied.
no, exact opposite. He was bullying this kid.
Fucking kid's life.
So you see, people thought that was all part of it.
But that's do you know why?
Can somebody be thrown to floor your broken arm?
But do you know why? Do you know why they thought it was part of it? Because the solicitor said it was.
No, well, that's not true. That genuinely is not true. I could even name it. I won't. But I could name the child in year 8 that he did it to.
Lying under oath.
Child in year 11 that stepped in.
Interesting.
So someone stepped in.
Because basically the school was a pretty good place. Kids had good values. So if you saw a bigger kid hitting a little kid, you say, "Oh, you step in and say, what are you doing?"
Unbelievable.
And we even
I know I keep saying that,
what he said to the year 8
once
kid.
again, I haven't seen this this documentary before. It's only with recent events that I even knew it existed. But I really can see why they wanted to suppress this. Because goddamn, like, I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not like, the deep state and all this stuff. But if you are a conspiracy, I can understand why somebody would absolutely be a conspiracy theorist with this kind of stuff. Because this is a conspiracy. This is absolutely a conspiracy to create a narrative. Just like we're seeing now. Just like we're seeing in the last week. It absolutely is a conspiracy. I'm disgusted. I'm actually disgusted the fact that I live in a country that allows such corruption. Hold on, let me just refresh something real quick. Sorry, chat, give me a second. I would appreciate hitting that like button, because I don't know what the consequences of showing this is going to be. Really don't. But I don't give a fuck. Fuck your censorship, fuck your lack of free speech, and fuck your narrative. I remember being when you just hate mongs and tards. Yeah, simple as. Not racist, just don't like them, simple as.
No.
Called his mum a white slag.
Yes.
Somebody talk to Trouble. Can somebody who's listening to this please talk to Trouble in chat?
Now
I know you're all doing your own shit, but come on, he's lonely. He's lonely.
Now you say, yes, he would have done that, and that would have been incredibly provocative for him.
What did you write in their box to get deleted?
In his statement to court, Jamal claims they were forced to relocate from Huddersfield for their own safety to a different part of the country. Really? Because the records say There was no racial motivation. And there was no threat at home. That's what the records say. And this is why the authorities, they refused to move them. And while all this was going on, records also show that his dad, Jihad, his dad's name is Jihad, he'd threatened to kill himself if the rest of his family weren't brought in from Syria. It's not surprising that some authorities expressed concerns that Jihad Hijazi was trying to manipulate the system to get what he wanted, including better housing. You were
See that
was trying.
Present, education, health, police, social care, youth offending team. Minutes to follow, notes below. Police, arm incident, no independent witness, therefore not charged. Review of police processes were completed and it was felt the incident was dealt with appropriately. Water incident, no evidence suggests this is race-related hate crime. Would have been charged with assault, but this could be escalated. This could be escalated due to media attention. Social care, dad has previously made threats to kill himself. I believe that's if his mum is not brought to the country. There are concerns around the extent of his heavy smoking in front of young children. Concerns that dad is trying to manipulate the system. Dad has expressed that he doesn't feel the police have taken the incident seriously. Education. KMC provided information on the family and how schools dealt with incidents. Okay. Section 47. Okay.
Trying to manipulate
which is a child protection safety order.
The system to get what he wanted, including better housing. You were not told the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You weren't told anything approaching the truth by the mainstream media. And in Jihad Holy War's statement to the court, Jihad said that he wished
that Yap says thousands of years of progress skipping away in the name of tolerance and acceptance. But it's not really in the name of tolerance, is it? Or acceptance. Because are you being accepted right now? Am I being accepted? Are the issues of the native population being accepted? They're not. It's pushing this Orwellian doublethink thought policing shit. And once again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's pretty evident that this is, dear God, it's pretty evident that the state has clearly got an agenda. There's clearly something going on to allow this to happen without it being challenged. And I can absolutely see why people are pissed off. Once again, the riots were expected. What do you think people were going to do when shit like this is going on?
he had died in the war with his family, rather than go through what happened at Almondbury Community School. Really? He wished he was dead and all his family were dead, rather than go through this school playground incident. Listen to the clip again. Listen to what Bailey's saying. He's asking Jamal repeatedly, what are you saying now? It wasn't a random attack. It wasn't a racist attack. Bailey did repeatedly. What are you saying now?
Just enjoy it.
Listen to what Bailey's saying. He's asking Jamal repeatedly, what are you saying now? It wasn't a random attack. It wasn't a racist attack. Bailey didn't threaten to stab Jamal. The playground incident was not the beginning of the story. It was a culmination of many events. Not least, it was a response to Jamal's alleged threats to rape Bailey's younger sisters. They were about 9 years old at the time of this.
So how's it go at that school when you saw
I mean, that's perfect Mohammed, isn't
the
it?
portrayal of what happened with Bailey?
Literally, that was the age of Aisha. I believe he was 9 years old when Mohammed raped her.
And him. Because he was painted as this innocent little kid.
He wasn't innocent. It's out in everyone.
It's out in everyone.
And I used
Yeah,
to see
Aisha
bully
moment.
his little sisters and stuff. So.
Everybody was exposing the scumbag that did this, who I hope gets severe retribution. I hope his parents take action, right? Never mind anything else. What are you producing here with this vermin doing what he's doing here? That's not Britain. That's not what we do as a country.
You can hear him there describe Bailey as vermin. Words are important when you're on a daytime platform and people listen to what you say. What
Piers
do you do
Morgan
vermin?
is such
You
a
exterminate.
slime
You kill it.
ball.
Lowlife, called him a thug, but worst of all, he demanded severe retribution against this child. At the same time as this, Jeremy Vine was reporting. He didn't tell people the bully's name, although he was finding it hard not to name a child. Instead, he told his followers where they could find that name. Now, this is a direct response of both of your reporting, because when you reported, you can follow the timeline and the repercussions of what that brought. What I've done here.
Piers Morgan isn't even necessarily a lefty. He's just so like status quo. He's so he's such a yes
In
man.
2018, there's
such
a charity
media
called Tell
yes
Mum
man
that records Muslim
Sometimes he
hate
has
videos.
good moments, but
Even though they've been in the past
but overall,
penalised for
knowing-
exaggerating the figures.
like when you
Let's
think
go-
of his
let's work-
career over the span of like 20 years, yeah, he's just a media mouthpiece. It wouldn't surprise me if he's put in places because he's maybe not directly, but indirectly he's controlled opposition because people know he's never going to go above a certain line of the narrative.
Off their figures. They say there are over 1,000 hate incidents, with 325 of them being online. Some of them Islamophobic, which means criticising Islam as well. Here, I've printed a piece of paper for each one of those hate incidents. 327 hate incidents online against the entire Muslim community of the UK in 2018. The 325 Islamophobic comments, they're the ones you read about on the news every day. They're the ones people are in jail for. They're the hate incidents the media keep shoving down your throat. So each piece of paper here represents a hate comment aimed at a child after a playground dispute. I want to read these now. Piers, you demanded severe retribution. That's what you demanded against this child. Let's see if you're happy with some of this. I pray someone rapes you and your whole family while you watch. Fuck your mother, fuck your love, the Syrians will rape your family. If I saw you, I would rape you to death. You will be raped by the Delusion group. I hope your mother will not be racist when she is raped. I'm going to bum your nan alive, then dead her again. And the threats of rape, all of these threats of rape, imagine being these children. Imagine being a 15-year-old child living in Huddersfield with your little sisters. Muslim men are jailed in the biggest scandal in the history of our country for mass rapes in that town. And then you're receiving and you're reading these messages. You're going to die. You're going to fucking die. We're going to strangle your mum, your dad, your friends. I'll kill your whole family. I can't wait to find you so I can slit your throat. You're the person who should be killed in those ISIS videos. You, your parents and your whole family have to be burned.
Excuse me,
do everyone a favour and fucking off yourself. Looking at you makes me want to commit suicide. Go commit suicide.
Yeah, it's the fact that people can be put in jail for criticising a religion is absolutely fucking insane, especially when that religion is responsible for almost all terrorism in the world, has led to the deaths of untold thousands of Europeans. And it's just generally been a fucking scourge. Like, once again, I'm fine people practicing whatever religion they feel they want to, but, you know, people shouldn't be given a free pass because they're Islamic. It's absolutely a problem. It's absolutely a problem religion. It's a very radical, very dangerous religion. It's not like Christianity where it's turned the other cheek. Muhammad was a literal warlord. He was a literal pedophile. Once again, Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old. And not just that, the 9-year-old was his favourite wife.
Your oxygen thief. Jump off a bridge.
Yeah, the thing is, like, most of these people don't even follow Islam. Like, you see all the time, like, fucking, you get a lot of Muslim drug dealers, like prostitution, all this stuff. They're only Islamic when it's convenient for them or when they're allowed to take out their 4-minute rage on the native population, I guess.
Bro, do humans a favour and kill yourself. We don't want you and you don't belong in this world. Again, imagine being that child reading them. Piers, is that severe enough for you? This is a mental health record for Bailey McLaren. Bailey was referred to Luton CAMHS by Luton and Dunstable Psychiatry Liaison on the 31st of December 2018. Reason, patient involved in incident in Huddersfield and has been relocated to Luton with family. Patient unable to cope with not returning home and has taken an overdose. So this lie, this narrative, this agenda.
I did not know about that either. This poor kid has been pinned on the media, tried to kill himself.
Which comes before anything else.
Yeah, it's because Christianity, even though it was born from the Middle East, it was cultivated in Europe. And Europeans allowed secularism to have a place in society. You know, even the fucking Vatican has research labs and like telescopes and stuff because they admit that, yeah, the universe is very complex. You may have had stuff like the Dark Ages for like a couple hundred years, but that was really about it.
The politicians, by the media, that was pumped. This child, it doesn't matter. His life didn't matter. You know, if he killed himself, no one would have cared.
Plus, Christianity nowadays, it's not just influenced by scripture. Christians adapt very, very, very heavily to their. Well, the whole point of being a Christian is essentially boils down to don't be a cunt. Like, once again, Christians were thrown into the Colosseums with the lines. Christians don't actively really believe in violence. That doesn't mean that Christians can't defend themselves. Absolutely, they can. But it's not an expansionist, forceful religion. Like, there have been certain cultures that have made it that way, like the Dutch and the Portuguese. But overall, Christianity doesn't have like anything really in the New Testament, at the very least. It doesn't have very much about forcing Christianity upon others.
We wouldn't have heard condemnation.
But that's like another thing to consider, is any place that Islam exists is where Christianity used to exist. So what happened to the Christians? like, people forget that those areas were Christian, they were Jewish. And the Christians and Jews were slaughtered, just in the same way they did in the Hispania history. Not history, sorry. Like they did in Iberia. Like, don't forget, they tried to invade, they treated the local population like absolute shit. And people create this narrative, oh, the poor Muslims in the Crusades. No, the Crusades were a defensive war. Historically, the Crusades were an answer to aggression. It's been a problem for thousands of years. Or not thousands, it's been a problem since the conception, like 1,500 years of bullshit.
Nation from any of the
yeah, the Crusades were defensive.
Or from any of the media. No one cared. Because everyone, from start to finish in this story, is collateral damage, so long as they have the narrative. And Piers, you have a son. You have children. Demanding severe retribution against a child for a school playground dispute is unforgivable. You sit there and you preach. You preach against us. You make your accusations against me. Never have I labelled Muslim children as vermin. Never have I demanded my followers to commit severe retribution against anybody. And this is what the media, the politicians and the celebrities created, aided and abetted by the left-wing activism and the selective indignation of Islam. Hypocrites out there might say, who cares? That's what he deserved, right? Imagine for one moment if I had incited violence against a young Muslim lad in the reversal of this situation. And you see, in a district where a generation of young girls have been raped, these threats are far from empty.
What do you think, if you were working in the school at that time, what do you think what the media done?
I think the media fucking blew out of fucking proportion. They weren't fucking waterboarding at all.
I know. But then the media run that Jamal was being bullied. Like,
you see, he used to complain that he used to be bullied. There was another, I think, Kirkley's guy that came, that Jamal said somebody got a knife in him or something. I think that should be on record.
Yeah.
I think when we investigated, I think it was a lot of bollocks.
I'm gathering that by reading the school records. He made accusations, and then when they're investigated,
and there were a lot of bollocks.
It lied.
Yeah.
Now ITV, Piers Morgan, you used your platform to incite hatred of a young child. No time for facts or the inconvenient truth. Surely you must have known the truth, because within a few hours of the story breaking, I was receiving dozens of messages from parents, pupils and staff, saying there was much more to the story than met the eye. So I did what any journalist...
And keep in mind, this documentary's banned. Why is this documentary banned? What's in this that's ban-worthy?
Journalists could have done, should have done. I asked questions. Were you just being lazy? Was it willful blindness? Or are you just incompetent, Piers? And the BBC's Jeremy Vine. To you personally, was it clinical cowardice? After all, you didn't reveal the white boy's name. You just told everyone where to find it, on Twitter. Were you afraid of being sued? Although it wouldn't have been the BBC licence fee payers picking up your legal bills, would it? Or was this your Pontius Pilate moment? Condemning a child whilst washing your hands of any responsibility? Because that's what you did. And you didn't seek the truth either. Piers, Jeremy, your lazy, inept reporting was not without consequence, as we will see.
If the media is Pontius Pilate, then the government is Judas.
Such hatred, you succeeded. And that's contempt. Your actions, not Bailey's, led to Bailey and his family being driven from their home in the middle of the night.
How much silver did it cost? How much silver did it cost them to buy the integrity of this country?
Was off the scale. Men with machetes had arrived at the school. Gangs were roaming the streets looking for Bailey. West Yorkshire Police told Bailey's mum that the terrorism threat had been raised to red. They had intelligence of people coming from Bradford to get Bailey and his family. Rather than deal with the threat, they moved Bailey and his family to a place of safety. So, whilst one child had the support of the whole country, had the support of the Prime Minister, Sajid Javid, the local football club, everyone rallying behind this child, £160,000 donated to him. The other child, in this incident, his family were driven from their home, threats, groups of men looking for him, ready to commit violence against him. And the police stopped the mum, so the police took the family, the police went and got the family to get them out of their house through imminent danger.
You're right, Jeremy Vine is the
and they were
basis
taking them
merchant.
to relocate them. Here, let's have a look. The Night Inn. This is the accommodation that Bailey's mother, with two 9-year-old sisters and children, were being relocated to. This one-star hotel, where rooms are rented by the hour, next door to a brothel. The imam, who brought a mob of men up to the school, he has 3 mosques within a stone's throw of where we're standing now. Bailey's mother, through her sense, looked up this hotel, saw it was owned by Muslims, read the reviews that it's a prostitute racket drug hole, and got out of the police meat wagon with her children to take them to safety herself. But this is where Kirklees Council were housing those children and that family. This is the most Muslim populated area of Leeds. That family were taken to so-called safety, surrounded by mosques, in what is a Muslim ghetto, yeah? Which is why I'm getting bibbed and going to get some cause a scene now.
We went to see from neighbours what it was like at the time of the incident.
I think it was a BMW X5. And there were about 6.
God, it's always BMWs. It's always BMWs. I'm not going to expand further on that, chat. If you know, you know. But it's always BMWs.
And they threatened to firebomb the house.
God.
Yeah. They also they threatened to shoot.
To shoot the mum.
They threatened to.
If you know, you know. UK edition.
Well, they come outside and done all that.
Shouting and screaming.
Stuff like that.
Well, I saw the video because a neighbour had shared it, and then I saw on the Yorkshire Live them making Bailey out to be really horrible and that Jamal was a poor little victim, and it wound me up. So I commented on it. The victim wasn't a victim, he hit me in the back with a hockey stick. And then within the space of 2 hours I had about 250 comments saying that I was lying, that I must have been excluded from the school because I'm a liar. Just horrible comments like that. None of them believe in me.
And did you take the comment down?
Yeah, I didn't want to, but my mum was worried for repercussions, so she asked me to take it down, so I did.
This is the area that...
Is this not terrorism? Is this not terrorism, chat? It seems that there's a lot of terrorism going on here that isn't getting reported, yet have any of these people faced consequences? Threatening a family, threatening to shoot them and firebomb them? This is terrorism. It should have been dealt with as such.
Berkeley's council thought it was the right place to send a child and his family, who were wanted at the time, the main imam outside their school, with mobs of Muslim men looking for them, and this is where they decided to send them.
Oh, Raiden. What's up, brother? You think it's fucked? 1 second. I've got this. I've got this. No fucking way, I just can't believe it. I can't believe that's a thing that exists. How the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck?
They basically dropped them in their backyard. That's what they were doing. This is the hotel. This is, I believe, a 4-star hotel. So it's totally full of illegal immigrants. This is across the country. So the point to make is that illegal immigrants come here, young fighting age men, not families, not...
Victorian's right. It's BMW dealers for weed and coke, and it's always Aldi drivers for anything else.
Children. And this is where council house them. Let's have a look. Hello, boys. How you doing? Do you mind if I ask, what country are you from, lads?
No, speak English.
No, you do speak English.
Commander data predicted
what country
the
are you
Irish reunification of 2024.
Iran, okay. Kurdistan, Iran, okay. No, it's cool, man. I'm just seeing. Is the hotel full? Yeah, full. You enjoying it here? Yeah.
Nice hotel, nice food.
Nice hotel, nice food.
Yeah, healthy food.
Healthy food. It looks like a nice hotel. Yeah, how many people are in here?
I think there are 200.
200. Lots of children?
My eye problem, I think I have the little children.
No children?
No children.
No, not many children, no. But it's a nice hotel. Nice hotel. It is a nice hotel. And if you look at where the other family were being housed in Beeston, and you compare it to this 4-star hotel, nice food, as our friend says. Healthy food.
Yeah. What a segue.
Hello, bro. How you doing?
I love that. I love that
in
flippiness.
Nice hotel. It is a nice hotel. And if you look at where the other family were being housed in Beeston, and you compare it to this 4-star hotel, nice food, as our friend says. Healthy food. Yeah, hello, bro. How you doing?
Hey, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, we're off now, mate. We're done now.
That's nice.
Yeah. Do you know what they have in here? They have a full-time doctor and nurses, full-time stationed in here. Full-time. So you know when you can't, my dad tried to get a doctor's appointment earlier. Couldn't get one. Full-time. Full-time.
Very bad.
The food's bad? Yeah. The food's bad? Yeah. Is it free? Yeah, it's free.
After from Dry Bulks, they will not house the mum's kids in the same place as these loons. Honestly, what the council did to this person, they should have like £1 million at least, a couple million, and like a ticket to somewhere better than this shithole of a country.
They closed that school. Some of the media and all that died. They sent in chief inspectors. Chief inspectors are fucking Ofsted. We knew they're going to fail it on every fucking thing they can think of.
I have governors who have friends in the media who tried to explain to them
there's a lot more to this.
All of that and the Ofsted and the whole shebang, but it was never picked up.
Apart from my reporting, there was not a single media statement giving the other side of this story. The staff knew, other pupils knew. They could have exposed the lie. Why didn't they?
The incident, I always call it the incident. Yeah. The incident has reoccurred, it's come to my door.
At least 90%.
They said you can't
90% are male. At least 90% of these people coming are male.
talk about it. Because you've got a non-disclosure agreement. They're not satisfactory. So that was the reason they triggered it.
They were either not free to tell you the truth, or they were terrified of the consequences. And that's for so-called journalists. Some can't find the truth. Some won't tell the truth. And some, they're afraid of the truth. But me, as a journalist, it's my job to present you the truth.
If you want my honest opinion, they said, get up there, this is, I don't know who they is, get up there and shut that school.
So, here's an interesting fact about the reason the barber shops exist. It's because they're just fronts for money laundering. So what they'll do is somebody will buy a barber shop and then they'll rent out the chairs for like $400 a week or something stupid like that, or $200. And that's why you never see anybody actually in them, but they're still in business because they sustain themselves on money laundering.
Get up there and get rid of this.
You see, when the media and politicians decide to kill a story, when they decide to hide the truth from you, they'll do whatever it takes. They shut down the school. It's gone. Everyone lost their jobs. You see, once this lie about a racist attack had gone global, the truth could never be allowed to come out. The real truth, that a young Syrian refugee was struggling to fit into his new environment, was problematic. His allegedly abusive and violent conduct towards teachers and children was allowed to run unchecked. Why? Did the school authorities turn a blind eye rather than be accused of victimising the boy, of being racist towards him? They stayed silent. The truth may have triggered accusations of racism or sparked discussion about immigration policies, the challenges of achieving the successful integration of migrants we welcome into the United Kingdom, and the need to take those challenges seriously. You see, Jamal was one of 20,000 Syrian refugees who come to the UK as part of the United Nations resettlement programme. The government could not allow their policies to be examined and the consequences and their incompetence to be exposed. And if you don't think the government is incompetent, you ain't been paying attention to anything. Priti Patel's been talking tough, really tough, on controlling our borders for years. And yet we have boatloads of illegal economic migrants being escorted across the English Channel and put into these luxury accommodation at your expense. This ineptitude does nothing for the refugees who come here legally, who we welcome into England. Refugees who are trying to integrate and make a new life here. And who was the community's rage directed at? All Syrian refugees. That's who. When in fact, there are many families of Syrian refugees in the area. We're told, all of them delightful, working hard to settle and integrate into the country they can now call home. I spoke to multiple refugee families.
In the school problem, my children, no any problem.
No problems with your children? No, that's it. So you've had a good experience in the school?
Yeah. I used to have 2 friends and they don't bully and they don't care where from country I come or anything.
Okay.
And when I spoke English, like we was about 1 month we've been in here and I used to not to speak English very much. So they used to tell me how to speak all that thing, and now I'm in year 8 and I know how to speak English and I made more friends and now like I'm fine.
And you're fine? And no problems?
Yeah.
I don't feel safe at school. Sometimes I say to my dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. I was just crying and I didn't do nothing because I respect the school rules.
Who told Jamal to go on camera and say this? Who arranged the media tour? Who encouraged him to take legal action? He was originally going to sue the school for not looking after him and then decided to sue me instead. Who told him to put this in his statement to the High Court? You see, Jamal doesn't like to break the school rules. Here's the problem. This is his behaviour record. Almost 100 codes for bad behaviour. Truant.
Jesus. 2 in a single day. Every.
Here's the problem. This is his behaviour record.
Aggression to pupil, formal warning, inadequate work, truancy, inadequate work, on-call, physical aggression, inadequate work.
Almost 100 codes for bad behaviour.
Punctuality, formal warning, PE kit missing, which is whatever. Formal warning, inadequate work, punctuality, inadequate work, punctuality.
Truancy, verbal abuse to teachers, physical violence.
Standing on the corridor for 10 minutes instead of coming into the classroom. They only came into the classroom because I had to order them to come in. Came into my room during break and threatened to a fight.
Violence towards pupils and lying. Yeah, there's plenty for lying. You see, I haven't got all of Jamal's school records. Large sections of documents I was given were blacked out. We tried to get access, but we weren't allowed. And the lawyers wrote to the court to explain they had misplaced documentation. And finally, as you can hear, the lawyers decided what they were going to allow me to see. Whilst I was preparing my defence, Jamal's lawyers decided what I could see. And this global news story wasn't an accident. It was all carefully planned. You see, the day before the video went viral, a GoFundMe page was set up for Jamal. And the video went viral the day after a criminal record check come back on Jamal. Why would his lawyers do a criminal record check? Well, they had to make sure this was financially beneficial exercise, wasn't going to be derailed by an unhelpful past. 15-year-old Jamal, his record was clean, by the way. Mohammed Akanji, the jihadist lawyer of choice, was immediately on the global media
Oh, this guy.
blitz.
Listen, about Akanji himself, I'm after him for my own reason.
Right, okay. Nothing sinister though, is it?
Oh, fuck, no, journalistic.
Oh, journalistic, that's good.
Oh, no, fucking totally journalistic. I want to get all the background on him. You reckon he was a member of that?
Al-Midra Haroun are a prescribed terrorist organisation. Almost 60% of terrorists in British prisons are ex-members of this organisation. They kill, they murder, they slaughter. That is the organisation that Mohammed Akanji and his brother were allegedly, according to this top mainstream Muslim British journalist, who are members of.
How does a Syrian lad find himself working with a jihadist lawyer of
BB.
choice before this video even went out? Before anyone had seen this viral video. Within 2 weeks, the lawyers had been made the beneficiary.
That's insane. That's insane. Like, doing a background check and GoFundMe and all this stuff, that definitely seems like conspiracy. That absolutely screams conspiracy.
Of the GoFundMe page.
Yeah, Corbyn
of £160,000. A plan to sue the school, that's put on hold. And the plan to sue moi for libel was launched. What riches had these lawyers promised Jamal and his family? School records were edited. Migration Yorkshire clamoured to make this playground fight about race and hate. They contacted the Home Office as soon as they heard about this playground fight. Yeah, the Home Office, a playground scuffle. Why are they contacting the Home Office instantly? Someone went further. You see, we had this school incident report analysed by a graphologist, someone who analyses handwriting.
Sorry, just seeing what. So there's like a place that holds women and children. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The reason they separate women and children is that traditionally, if you've allowed quote unquote families to remain together without any testing and stuff, it's usually child sex trafficking or just general like slave trafficking.
It appears to show that.
So now government, like, it's the same thing as when Trump started to separate children from people during that saga. The reason being is that a lot of people were claiming that children were their family members, and it turns out they were bringing them in to essentially be pimped out.
Second person, with very different handwriting, doctored the report to allege that Bailey had threatened to stab Jamal. Even though all the witness reports mentioned there was only one teacher there, so only one teacher could have done an incident report. So, with the careful planning of the jihadist's favourite lawyer and the enthusiastic support of some useful idiots, it was possible for the lies to go round the world twice before the truth had a chance to put his pants on. I now need to mention other repercussions of what happened in Almonbury. I was being sued for reporting the things that were said to me about Jamal. I had to defend myself. The judge had already ruled that I was not allowed to argue it was in the public's interest for people to hear a different perspective of Jamal. I had to prove that the information reported to me was true. That's not the kind of burden placed on Piers Morgan or Jeremy Vine. Piers can describe Bailey as vermin without being held to account. And who is behind propagating this deception and the lawsuit against me? You see, this is where we get to meet the most sinister part of the unholy alliance. All sorts of people are helping out, but leading the posse from the front is the jihadist lawyer of choice. He represented Shamina Begum. You know the jihadi terrorist that's out in Syria? He represented, I think, Michael Adebolajo, Lee Rigby's killer. I think he's even had to change his name because he's got such a terrible track record. So this is the lawyer who's suing me, and who the media celebrated that he had served me papers, even though I wasn't in the country. If you've pillaged, if you've plundered, if you've raped and you've beheaded, and you say you've done it in the name of Islam, well, these are the lawyers for you. The lawyers who stepped forward for ISIS-buyed Shamina Begum, who've been fighting to get her back into our country, who defended Michael Adebolajo, who beheaded Lee Rigby. This is Mohammed Akanji. And his colleague, Farouk Bajwa, who's been banned from claiming legal aid. Yeah, banned from claiming legal aid for putting in fraudulent expense claims. Let me rewind a bit. Let's go back a few weeks. There's an important piece of background information to this.
Don't know the full ins and outs of it, but basically to inform that a group call themselves Antifa UK.
Yeah.
Heard of them? Yeah. To be honest, I kind of haven't. And Antifa Dundee It basically says they're planning to help possibly kill Tommy Robinson because they know where he lives and want to silence him. They've got their hands on. It says they've got hands on some AK-47s.
Yeah, you're right, Ocean. They're all dirty fucking
allegedly
freaks.
says they're going to put these picture bombs through your door when he sleeps. They say they're also planning to attack a few MPs.
Like
Now at the
seething over this. Seething. This should be national headlines. This should be. Everyone should see this.
With multiple.
This uncovers a level of corruption I've never heard of so flippantly, just out there. Like teachers losing their jobs, altered documents, intentionally setting up GoFundMe's to
Osman warnings.
Like the council putting somebody in a shitty 1-star brothel hotel. That's not intentional. Are you shitting me?
They now take back the radar phone, the one option we have to go direct to the police, and they're removing it at this current moment.
Where are you from? I'm from the counter policing unit that Tyler works with. So Tyler and I work very closely together.
So what did you just say, basically, the radar phone or whatever it is, the phone, the emergency phone,
we'll be taking that back.
You'll be taking that back.
Yeah, those phones are designed for a...
Are you for real? Like, so when there's a heightened threat and people have come to the house and the address has been put out where my kids are, you're then going to take the panic phone back.
It's Christmas 2018. The police come to my family's home to tell me that people in Antifa, far left violent extremist organisation, are planning to kill me and my family. See, who were the first to comment on this video? Well, Mohammed Akunji of Farouk Basra and Co. Of course, the jihadis' lawyers of choice, but also Mike Stutchbury, an independent journalist, an Antifa activist. So the jihadist lawyers knew Antifa were planning to kill me, then actually commented on the video of the Osman warning. You see, what happened next is interesting, although not interesting to the Solicitors Regulation Authority or the Law Society, the people who should be interested in the integrity of our lawyers.
It will be live streamed. I'm not in charge of the filming or anything like that. That's down to the guys over here. And yeah, literally nobody wanted to do this, so we thought, what mug can we find who would agree to this?
So two lawyers who know Antifa are planning to kill me seek out an Antifa extremist, hire him for one day, just one day, and send him to live stream the serving of papers to my home, my family's home. Papers which had already been served, by the way, with a gang. When my wife and children were there, when they knew I was abroad, lawyers commissioned the Antifa extremists to broadcast my home address in order, as they put it, to cause a spectacle.
The law firm or the lawyer who's been...
That's intimidation and harassment. And it really is like a two-tier system.
Sort of taking the
It really is. This is disgusting.
Lead on the Tommy case, wanted to make sure, doubly sure, that A, Tommy got the letter. Actually went out two different ways, and he wanted to make a bit of a spectacle out of it. And this is all very amusing.
A group supported by Mike Stutchbury came to the home that my wife and children were in on a Sunday afternoon when I wasn't even in the country. So let's have a look at Mike Stutchbury, who calls himself a journalist, who promoted this event, who shared it and encouraged it, who found it amusing that my wife was so scared she had to ring the police. My wife has been sat down and told in her home that Antifa are planning to kill her. They're planning to kill our family and harm our family. She's been told that she may get acid in her face. Well, how do you think she felt on a Sunday afternoon whilst my children are playing outside on their bikes? To be told that Antifa were on their way to our home. And let's have a look at Mike Stutchbury, the man that sent them. Here he is self-admitting that he is part of Antifa.
That's a shy jack.
Here he is promoting violence against his opposition. Punch them, punch them, punch them. Here he is hoping that buses full of Antifa get shipped in to smash people's skulls in. Here he is calling for white genocide.
Journalists are no longer journalists. They're all just fucking activists. You tell me this isn't...
To smash
how can these people cry about racism when this is their entire existence? Their entire existence is just nothing but fucking racism against their own people, against the native population.
Calling for white genocide. Mike Stutchbury is an extremist. He's a far-left extremist who currently is playing a victim. He encouraged people to come, and he sent people, and was part of an organisation that communicated together to send people to the home where my wife and children were, when I wasn't there. He even crowdfunded to support them in their action.
He was looking at various people, and eventually he sort of came on to Dick Coughlin, I can't say it properly, who's a YouTuber.
So you want to tell me, I'll tell you something about the media from my own experience recently. With the Indonesian child pornography trading I tried to reach out to the media to try and get some exposure on it, and I've never. This has been like a couple of weeks. I've heard nothing back. They do not give a single solitary shit.
Shubo, who has made videos about Tommy for, God, almost 10 years, I think. Who's a real critic. I don't know if you've checked him out, but he's a funny guy.
Check it out.
Yeah, he's sort of, got red hair. He calls, he's an ex-crackhead, basically.
And who is this Antifa extremist hired to come to my kid's home? Keep watching.
Okay, folks, we're here in so I'm about to, me and Murphy are about to pop off. I'm going to keep you a minute to come to I went up to where and they said, right, we'll take that from him, we'll make sure he gets it.
And later that night, the Antifa extremists, hired by their lawyers, had a message for me and my children.
And on that note, on that happy note, oh, by the way, Tommy, I am going to mince your kids, mate.
Let's have a look at the
What an absolute fucking freak.
man that they sent. The man.
What an absolute fucking freak. How's he not in prison? How's he not the one being put in front of judges?
And that you can see the Muslim lawyer handing privileged documentation, giving this the man that you can.
Tommy, I am going to mince your kids, mate.
Let's have a look at the man that they sent.
That is exactly what I would expect somebody in Antifa to look like. Look at that fucking room. Look at the filth. Is that even? It's not even got like a fucking. Is that an air mattress? The fuck is this? Zippity? This looks like Zippity. Zippity, what are you doing?
The man that you can see the Muslim lawyer handing privileged documentation, giving this man my children's home address. That's what he done. Fully aware of the serious danger my family are in. And he hands them my children's address. They then come to my children's home. My wife gets a phone call. My children run off the drive. They lock themselves in the house. They ring emergency 999 call for the police to come. They press panic buttons. They need support because Antifa are coming. They came. They told the Muslim lawyer. He's fully aware they're coming to live stream where my family are. They live stream and dox the name of the road. They doxed the door number.
I went up to where and they said, right, we'll take that from him, we'll make sure he gets it.
The man specifically chosen, he was chosen. He says in his own video.
The lawyer in this case was a guy called Mohammed Sanimi Akundra, who works for a solicitors in London called, I shit you not,
Promotion, bro. Druggy and the staff are coming to eat Tommy's kids.
And co.
I mean, maybe that's what he meant when he says he's going to mince.
Solicitors of London. I get asked by this guy that they've decided that they're going to... Tommy Robinson is going to be served legal papers so he can be sued by this family. And they asked
all these people are
me, do I want to be the one to go along to serve the legal documents?
Let's have a look at who Dick Coughlin is. Let's look at some of the things he said. Here he is.
Legal documents.
Let's have a look at who Dick Coughlin is.
Comedian. It's nothing fucking... You're so unfunny. YouTube maven, podcaster, crypto Jew, crackhead, hung like a... Fucking hate all these people.
Let's look at some of the things he said. Here he is promoting hate.
Wow. That is some fucking hypocrisy right there. That's some hypocrisy.
Against black people. Serious.
I'm not going to repeat that because, wow.
This is a crime.
I mean, I'm not going to... I mean, the thing is, I don't have issues with people using whatever speech they want to use, but don't be a hypocrite about it.
The comments he makes are a crime. Here he is promoting...
Each Friday ended with a bigotry double period of packy bashing for A-level and regret never getting my Holocaust denial PhD. Jesus fucking hell, bro.
Hatred against Pakistanis.
Wow. I mean, I'm pretty edgy. I mean, I'm pretty edgy. I don't have much of a filter, and I think universally language should never be censored. But where's the funny? Where's the funny? I'm not laughing. This just seems like genuine, haha, make fun of black people.
Here he is, singing a song promoting anti-Semitism. Singing a song about lampshades being made out of Jewish people's skin from the Holocaust.
Third right, yeah, we're gonna kill a kite. We're white, alright, and we're gonna have a fight. We're in the outskirts, you can go to the gas chamber, then we'll throw you in the pit. We're just following orders, man, we're trying to get paid. You might get out of here, but you'll be a lampshade.
A self-confessed...
Hold that thought 1 second, chat. I just have a response to that. Where did I put that soundboard? 1 second. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. That was not the right one. Now, chat, I've got the equivalent of his music here. What's up, Ricky Brook? Very warped view from someone that claims to be on the left. Yeah, they're all hypocrites. Here, I just found like the soundboard equivalent of his music.
One, two, three, four.
Not King Ass Ripper. King Ass Ripper lives forever. Let's see, what's this?
Hello, Gobson. You are my nigger.
Yeah, it's just his comedy stylings, I guess.
Racist, anti-Semitic crackhead was sent to my children's...
The fuck? Look at those eyes. There's no life in those eyes. Shits aggressively. What's up, Hitler?
Property. He talked about raping...
Hitler, have you just been lurking this whole time until you heard fart
my
noises?
wife in her skull socket. He talked about my children being fed for a meat grinder. He talked about burning my house down, and whilst masturbating with my family.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was like looking at my phone for the chat. According to Tom and his fans, I broke into his house, skull-fucked his wife in the eye socket, put his kids through a meat grinder, and then burnt his house down with them inside while violently Quite frankly, that's a half-truth.
Now, other than to terrorise my wife and children.
He's meant to. No, he's like, he would... He seems like the sort of person needs his hard drives checked. Attention, Burrito, no role-playing in my chat.
Why would any sane person do this? It worked, okay? Tipped off by a friend who saw the gang on livestream approaching, my ex-wife hit the panic button and barricaded herself and our children in a bedroom. The police thankfully responded in time. And these are exactly the same tactics being used against
terrorism.
The unbelievably courageous children
harassment
in
and
Albury.
intimidation.
Threats of violence and rape against children who are willing to stand with me in defence of the truth at the High Court of London. The video release, media, GoFundMe, Antifa.
God, Tony Robinson's wife is a real one. Like, you hear of all these wives who are all these partners who just abandon their significant other when controversy happens, it gets too much. But like, let's give a shout out to Tommy Robinson's wife.
It all happened at the same time. It was coordinated, and it was about hate and making money. And how that far-left activist, who appears to be an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, black-hating racist, came to my home with his gang and threatened to kill.
Filmed at a distance, who's under strict courteous professional. Okay.
My children. These lawyers, the mainstream media, they don't care about refugees. They don't care about Jamal. They don't care about the truth.
So that bloke who made the video saying he's going to kill the kids.
Yeah. You're right, Hitler. It is nice to know there's some real ones out there.
I know 100%. Give a statement.
Yeah, shout out Tommy's wife.
Okay. Give a statement about that. She complained about it. She contacted. We'll remember. It would have been a liaison.
Yeah. So from Dry Bulks, in an ideal world, Cogan would be in a loony bin. Yeah. If there were any institutions left, I feel like he would be a prime candidate for a pad himself.
To ask if he was arrested. I found out his address and I gave you all.
Bring children up while like discussing masturbation definitely means he's a bit of a nonce, isn't he?
The information for him. So even now, say now, looking at that, can he be arrested now then?
I don't know what happened with the previous report, because when we search on our system that we currently use,
he probably got buried.
I can't see any crime report that was linked to it.
You see, the next day, knowing I'd been provoked with threats against my ex-wife and my children, no doubt thinking they would catch
ex-wife. Okay.
me conspiring to commit violence and lock me up on a conspiracy charge. Here, outside my ex-wife's house, men in a car that has never been registered. Check the registration plate. So presumably from the security services, with listening devices recording what's being said in my home. The involvement of the security services may explain why Dick Coughlin, the man who publicly threatened to murder my children, has never even been spoken to or arrested, despite my wife's complaints.
What are you doing? Show me who's in the back of your car.
There's no one in the back of the car.
So what are you doing?
I'm not anything to do with you.
What are you doing?
What do you think we're doing?
I think you're starting doing me.
No, listen, we're not.
Who's just work for? So what are you doing? And there is someone in the back. I know there's someone in the back. So what are you doing? I don't know who you are. What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing. You tell me what you're doing.
I don't think he was used by the left as an attack dog. I think he is just an attack dog who willingly did it.
Because essentially, I've got threats against me. Yeah?
I think he's a willing participant in that. I don't think he's just merely a useful pawn.
If I turn up, you can tell me what you're doing. Who's in the back of your car? Who's in the back of your car? You're not going nowhere. You're not going nowhere. I'm not moving. Let me see who's in the back of your car. Tell me what you're doing in my house. I want to know what you're doing, bro. That's all I want to know is what you're doing. I've got police officers sat with recording in a recording van. In the back of this van is a recording station. I'm not standing. You're not going, bro. No, because what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. They're sat in the back of their van. This is recording devices. The whole of this back thing, because he just opened it up when I got him out. The whole of this back thing is recording where they're pointing there because what this is has been a setup. These police officers are setting me up. They're setting me up. It's a setup. They're setting me up by sending people to my house because they think I'm going to react and do something, and they're recording it with listening devices.
We checked the vehicle registration plate outside the house on the government website, and there's no such vehicle.
Let's not forget the politicians, our fearless leaders. It was only when I went alone to the home of self-declared journalist Mike Stutchby to ask him why he had done what he had, and why he thought it was funny to intimidate my children.
Some of you may have seen that people have been outside my home, intimidating my family. The difference is, when they come to my home, 5 men come to my home. I'm on my own. I've had to move my children, who are scared and upset, and people encouraged people to participate in coming to my address. One of those such people who...
It was only then that the fearless then Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Tom Watson, steps forwards, ignoring reality completely.
Every major social media platform other than YouTube has taken down Stephen Yaxley-Lennon's profile because of his hateful conduct.
Ocean Bro says, I think he's a normal bloke. He wants to do right and he's used as a pawn. I would disagree. I think by the way he behaves and the way he it's not just that he does what he's doing, he's rejoicing in it. He's like getting that dopamine hit from being a dickhead.
Late on Monday night, Yaxley-Lennon turned up at a journalist's home, banging on the doors and windows, demanding to be let in. And after being escorted away by the police, he returned at 5 a.m. and continued his intimidation. The incident was live streamed. He later warned journalists in a YouTube video to expect a knock at the door. Does the Secretary of State...
They do it to him, why can't he do it to them?
...think that it's right that YouTube and the parent company Alphabet continues to give this man a platform?
It'd be funny, no? If it wasn't so insidious. The hardly honourable Mr Watson totally misrepresented what had happened, and from behind his shield of parliamentary privilege, bravely declared that I'd been terrorising a journalist. Journalist? Stutchby's an Antifa activist who incites violence and wants to kill white people.
I'd like to formally apologise for tweeting the phrase "kill whitey." Kill whitey represents a hatred and scorn for a specific group that I no longer endorse, support, or condone. It's never been in my intention to seriously marginalise or denigrate young, white, alt-right aligned males. A group who has struggled with their self-identity and involuntary celibacy for a long time. It was callous, cruel, and irresponsible in my tweeting of Kill Whitey. Now is the time for soul searching, reflection, and healing. In time, I hope we can move on from my tweeting of Kill Whitey with hard work, cooperation, and understanding. Perhaps we can one day
terrorising.
Live in a world where
why terrorising? Mr Watson bravely demanded that I be removed from YouTube. YouTube had only recently confirmed that none, not one, of my videos had broken any of their stringent guidelines. And my videos hadn't broken any laws. It was clear I hadn't harassed anyone, certainly not Mike Stutchby, if indeed he is a journalist. But none of that mattered. My wife and children left their family home that night. They never went back, thanks to having their lives endangered by the jihadist lawyers. See, my wife started legal action against Mohammed Akunji and Farouk Bajwa's firm. But Mo & Co, Mohammed Akunji and Farouk Bajwa, see, they weren't so keen on facing the law as they were on abusing the law to persecute others for financial and ideological reasons. On the 31st of March 2019, they promptly collapsed their law firm and never be involved in the case. That's what they said. And Dr. Farouk Bajwa, well, he's no longer going to be a lawyer. He'll be living in Pakistan. That's it. That's what they said. That's how easy it was for Mo & Co to escape justice. Interestingly, they're still signing documents on the case on the 6th of June, months after saying they're not involved. Several other law firms have reported them to the Law Society, the body that is supposed to make sure lawyers behave ethically. Nothing's been done. I wonder why. In fact, all the lawyers working at Farouk Bajwa & Co just moved across to a new law firm called Burlington's. And guess what? Yeah, Burlington's took on Jamal's case against me. Farouk Bajwa now works for Burlington's. Farouk Bajwa's son now works for Burlington's. Farouk Bajwa is Burlington's GDPR expert. Pretty ironic, no? Farouk Bajwa & Co leaked my children's address to an Antifa activist to put it online for everyone. And if we've been stupid enough to expect more ethical behaviour from Burlington's than from Farouk Bajwa and Mohammed Akanji, well, we'd have been disappointed.
I just really, which I've been trying to do, I need all of the disclosure, which I haven't had. I haven't had a full disclosure of his school records.
Therefore, to make sure that we haven't, that some documents haven't been lost in the transfer of the file from Farouk Bajwa to Burlington's, we have done another subject access request to the council for Jamal.
And how long would the council take for that?
I don't know. I don't think they gave us a time frame, did they, Luke?
No, they didn't, unfortunately.
So you're asking. So what you're saying is you believe there may be things that I haven't been disclosed. You don't know how long they're going to take, but you won't agree to an adjournment.
No. Our position is that we're not agreeing to an adjournment. Those are my instructions.
Because my concern, and serious concern, is the safety of the witnesses. And it's a genuine, and if I don't believe for 1 minute that Mohammed Akanji or Farouk Bajwa give a shit about any of this, or Jamal, yeah? I generally don't think they do. And this
I'm just going to say, Farouk Bajwa and Mohammed Akanji have nothing to do with this case. This is my case.
How come then?
Anybody from Farouk Bajwa.
How come then Farouk?
Burlington started with me.
How come Farouk Bajwa signed a form 3 months after he left then to do with this case?
It's absolutely. It was. If that was the case, it was before I gave the undertaking, and he wasn't involved in this case at all. He
signed a form dated June. In June, he signed a form, and the date on that form that he signed is June. He left this case in March, apparently. How come?
Well, if you send it through to me, I'll have a look and I'll give you an explanation as to why. I'm not quite sure what form you're talking about.
You'll see it on my documentary. Okay, so when you send me what you decide is relevant, yeah, how am I going to know what you've cut out?
Well, I suppose you wouldn't.
I wouldn't. Does that seem fair? If the information is not relevant, then what harm could it do in me having it?
But it's not about harm, Stephen. It's about privacy.
For the last 3 days, since you received videos, so that you become aware that I have video evidence that's going to prove my case. Since that point, my ex-wife and my children, for the last 2 days, have had police at the house because they've been receiving threats. On top of that, pictures of my ex-wife have been put online by the same people who are in bed with Mohammed Akanji. Then, 2 days ago, Mohammed Akanji doxed my mother and father's house. Last night, that house at 1 o'clock in the morning was smashed to pieces. With bricks through the windows. Yeah, this is all going on in the background. I've been trying to get my stuff ready, but just so that you're aware of what's going on as to why I don't trust a word you say. When you have Farouk Bajwa's son working for your company, and Farouk Bajwa is the man that sent people to threaten to kill my children, I'm wondering why in the last 48 hours or last 72 hours, since I disclosed information to you, why my family and loved ones have come under persecuted harm, of which is all detailed with police records and video footage of everything that's been going on. So I'm super concerned and don't trust you or your party to decide what's relevant in this case. I don't trust you. So if this is to be a fair trial about getting out the truth, if that's what you're working for, you need to give me your disclosure instead of reviewing it and taking bits out, which is what you've already done with the school records. You'll say, because I know that's not the full school records. So, and you've covered up things which, and Luke, Francesca told me, I have a recording of her telling me that Burlington's did not redact anything. Yet in court, you had to admit you did. I've got the recording of her telling me. Everything was redacted prior to coming to you. And then in court, you sit and admit that you have been redacting things. So forgive me, it's just lie after lie.
This is Burlington's lawyers losing documents that they're supposed to send to me and deleting things that they don't want me to see. Misplaced. How can misplace documents that were electronically filed on their case management system at Farouk Bajwa & Co, then passed over to Burlington's?
All of this is because they're sharing it. And all of this is to put pressure on me in the weeks before it. And all this. And this is a Akanji. I guarantee you this is a Akanji. Akanji working with Resisting Hate. The account that's put it on is Resisting Hate. Yeah? Resisting Hate, who Akanji hired with Dick Coughlin to send to the house before. They're like his little minions. So now he knows that it's coming.
Pretty sure I know it's titled Tony Robinson, but I'm pretty sure it's because if you say Sorry, Tommy Robinson on YouTube.
It's going to land on his lap. The whole lie that they've told, and this is the actions they use. They can't play the man, so they play the kids and the family. You don't need to be scared, Sonia, because they're doing this.
Yeah, they just told me to say goodbye.
Yeah, I know, babe, but they're purposely just doing that.
How come you got my number?
But when they're doing this, they're just doing this to try and cause me shit and make you worry. So I know it's easier said, but you don't need to worry. Yeah, they're doing this so that I don't beat them in court. That's why they're doing this. Yeah.
Do you think they do know where we live?
No, mate.
Danny Barker rang me saying if anyone turns up to the house, just ring him and he'll come in a minute.
Yeah, he will, mate. Yeah, it's me off. Oh, mate.
Imagine going after somebody's child. Imagine going after somebody's child. But does that really surprise you, given recent events? Like, imagine as a father, right? You see all this shit, all this injustice, all the things that you see as being a detriment to your nation. And then this group of extremists, this group of lefties, this group of foreigners come along, they shatter your parents' windows, they intimidate you, they show up outside of your property with recording equipment, they threaten your family, they threaten your children, they threaten to rape your wife, they threaten that some fucking weirdo shows up at your cam going, I'm going to mince your kids. Like, what the fuck? These people should all be in prison. They should all be in prison, and they should be made an example of, because this is what terrorism is. Terrorism isn't people getting pissed off and deciding to protest and turn it into a riot. Terrorism is this.
The mad thing is, the whole time this goes on, the media and all of them act like we're the bad guys. That I'm the one persecuting people or targeting them. And they're such cowards. They're such cowards, man. I just got a phone call and they said goodbye. I'm so scared. I've told the police, but I'm so scared.
Hello?
Jenna, who's just rung Spencer?
We don't know at the minute.
What are the police saying?
I'm just making a statement.
How did they get his child's number? That's another thing. How did they get this young boy's number?
Okay, but just quickly, are they getting that?
Yeah, castle laws used to be English, but now you can't even defend yourself. If somebody comes into your home, you can't have a gun, you can't, if you injure them, you're the one who faces legal repercussions. It's absolutely clown world material.
Let's put a picture of you online. Who showed you that picture, Jenna?
It's on Twitter.
Yeah, who
I saw
found
it myself.
You saw it yourself, okay.
Yeah.
Are the police sorting out to get rid of it?
Yeah, they're taking the address of the Twitter person that's put it out.
If you can say, I've given them 50 addresses of people who've done exactly this over the years, including the redhead man what about the redhead bloke who threatened to kill the kids? What they said about that?
Well, nothing really.
No? It's a crime. Do you know what I mean? If I make a video threatening to kill some kids, I'll be arrested. So the point, what you need to ask them specifically and say to them, you made a complaint, someone threatened to murder your children, you had to leave your home, yeah? Those threats have now followed you to where you're now living, yeah? And they're coming from the same people, the same organisations, the same people they done fuck all about last time. They didn't nick them, they didn't speak to them, the solicitor's still acting with impunity, doing it to my mum and dad yesterday. See, you need to specifically ask them, Jen, I want to answer out of them.
You know what? Once again, I have not always agreed with Tommy Robinson's stances on things, definitely when the EDL era. But nothing on this fucking planet gives somebody the right to go up to an innocent child and trying to intimidate them. It's not even like it's his wife, it's his fucking ex-wife. People that have absolutely nothing to do with this shit, and they're threatening to rape them, in a just society, these people will be dragged out in the middle of the street and beaten to death.
You made a complaint against Dick Coughlin last year. Why have they not done anything? And get you a follow-up and an answer.
I'm surprised you got that word past live chat, Ocean. I remember a man who was being attacked in his property back in 2018 or something, and because he called him the N-word, he was the one who got arrested. That's fucking retarded.
As to why they haven't done anything, if you can.
Like, people instinctively just shout the most horrendous shit that they can think of in times of in those sort of circumstances. Imagine arresting somebody because they're being home invaded.
I mean, the kids are right.
And then there's also that instance, the farmer who was being home invaded by a group of Africans, or maybe it wasn't, to be fair. But he, obviously being a farmer, he had access to a shotgun and used it.
Am I right?
He faced shit.
You managed to track the number. So you know who made those phone calls to
check chat more? I am checking chat.
We know where the number it came from,
Yep.
and who that phone was registered to.
Resistance is useless. Its resistance is futile.
So that's what, obviously we cannot prove. Well, at that time I wasn't able to prove who. I only could say where the number came from.
As in whose phone is?
Who the phone is registered to.
Okay. Because obviously for me, this was threatening phone calls a week before a High Court trial, trying to pervert the course of justice. How come no one's been arrested?
I can't see anything on the crime report.
If I send you evidence, which I'm going to anyway, because it's all going to the judge. If I send you evidence of Mohammed Akanji doxing my mum and dad's address, if I send you evidence of criminal damage and attacks in the middle of the night at an old pensioner's home, and I show you evidence of pictures of my wife ex-wife being put online, and my son, they've rung my 11-year-old son's phone. The police are all involved. They've been threatening my 11-year-old son. Yeah, this is what's gone on. If I send you evidence of that, do you think you'll support an anonymity order to protect the children in this case?
Stephen, I can't answer that because I don't have instructions to answer that. I don't have conduct as a matter. But what I can clarify for you is some of the issues that I can give answers on. One of those of which I heard you made reference to Farouk's son working. He is not involved in the case in any way at all, has no access to any files whatsoever.
You've heard how Luke Hackett, he couldn't explain why they were redacting and deleting information from documents before handing them over to me. Information I should have been given. He couldn't answer the simple question: who decides what's relevant? Unfortunately, in terms of integrity, Burlingtons don't appear to be any better than Farouk Bajwa and Mohammed Akanji.
Defence is a human right, absolutely.
You see, I was told he'd violently attacked a girl. I was told he'd attacked someone as part of a gang. And I was told he'd threatened to
You should
stab
have a
someone.
fundamental right to defend yourself.
In fact, Jamal had violently attacked more than one girl. And we presented the evidence to the court, including the testimony of courageous children who came to court. These children weren't Tommy Robinson fans, but they came to the High Court to speak the truth.
So let me just look at one of the pupils that come to court.
I mean, that's true. That's how it feels. That's how it's starting to feel with all the recent events from Goblin Hunter. They want you to depend on the police so they can choose not to protect you if they don't like you. That's what's happening actively at the moment. That's actively happening at the moment. There are Muslim, Asian gangs going out there and attacking people and the police are nowhere to be seen. They talk about far-right rioters. Well, okay, sure. But they're not nearly committing as much violence as the response by the Asian gangs. From Hitler, it's almost like humans never change and you can't take away things and expect people not to find a way to... Yeah, people will fucking fuck each other with sticks if they need to.
This young girl wasn't a supporter of mine, didn't support my politics, but she still came to court and testified. Let me have a look at her school record and read what her teacher says about her. Charlie is a very mature and hard-working member of the Forum. She has been an absolute pleasure to have in the Forum. She has represented the Forum in the school council and in various events across the school throughout the school year. She represents all that is positive and exciting about studying at Almonbury. Charlie is now currently studying law at university. Why would this girl randomly lie, before I was involved? Why would she then travel to the High Court of London and commit perjury? Because that is what the judge has found, that she's made it all up. And Jamal, the Syrian refugee, the one with multiple lies in his school records and behavioural disciplinaries everywhere, well, he was telling the truth. That is what he found in this case.
Why would a mother post images and send me those images of her daughter?
Look at those injuries.
In black and blue. Why? For what reason? Why would the staff lie? Why would the head teacher lie? Why would every single person who was recorded covertly lie about what Jamal was like? 12 different people lying about what Jamal was like. Why? You see, the judge has really helped us out here. The judge says people can lie for reasons that make no sense. Sometimes for no reason at all. He could not readily identify any explanation.
Yeah, I'm mad.
For why some of these people were...
Because this corruption goes all the way up to the courts. And the courts are supposed to be independent from the state. They're supposed to be... Well, they're not independent from the state, but they're supposed to be independent from the government. They're supposed to answer directly to the fucking crown. You got judges out here overturning witness testimony, saying it's a lie when there's documented evidence, when there's things clearly put out there.
Were prepared to do so and lie. He concludes the alleged assaults, they never happened at all. Despite Jamal's school record, which you've seen, the judge states the claimant's record is overwhelmingly positive. He acknowledged Jamal has a record of lying, but decides on this occasion it's Jamal who's telling the truth and everyone else is lying. Really? We waited 10 weeks for this? That's your conclusion? That's the logic from the highest libel judge in our land? There was no jury. That's right, there's no jury. All of these people were lying. But Jamal, he was telling the truth. Jamal, who could only find his dad, Jihad, to speak for him. Not a single teacher, not a classmate, not a friend, not a neighbour or a support worker came to court to support Jamal's version of events. Jamal, who says he only broke the rules a few times at school, and even then, it weren't his fault. His school record suggests something very different. I want to be clear and fair to Jamal.
Sorry, I took a bite of a chicken tender.
He denies every accusation against him, completely and utterly. On the
Let's read this. KMC asks whether anything had been put in place to support the emotional well-being of the children. Mr. Hijazi did not think so. Referred to counselling through solace. Mr. Hijazi didn't feel he had the opportunity to speak about the issues. He a letter he had prepared. He had a letter he had prepared and was signed by Jamal. Mr. Hijazi read this out and outlined the following incidents. Number 1, had said to Jamal, "You're a Muslim, you're not allowed to play with us." Jamal wrote a complaint about this and gave it to RCL. Blank said that Jamal was lying. RCL spoke to the families. Number 2, when playing football, Blank told Jamal to bend his knees and kneel. He didn't know what he meant, so he wouldn't do it. This caused problems. Number 3, when doing PE, Jamal was locked in a room which could only be opened from the outside by a group of boys. Number 4, Jamal was told to go to the house office to check he had anything sharp in his bag. A knife and a screwdriver were found. Jamal said they were not his. School did not take any precautions. Are you fucking shitting me? What kind of chicken? Barbecue. Sorry. Jamal was told to go to the house office to check he had anything sharp in his bag. A knife and a screwdriver were found. Jamal said they were not his. School did not take any precautions. During registration, there was some swearing. Mr. Sykes changed Jamal's form.
Clear and fair to Jamal. He denies every accusation against him.
Brought a fucking knife to school, really?
Completely and utterly. On the day the 5 courageous children appeared in the dock, giving testimony against Jamal. Jamal didn't even show up in court that day to face his accusers. Neither did the press. The press actually left court when the witnesses stood up to give their evidence in my defence. It's alarming to think we have this kind of intellect at the top of our judiciary.
I think I've used that background before.
The story of these 2 children is actually a story about free speech, or the death of it. It's a story about how the mainstream media is more interested in pushing an agenda than giving you balance and truth. How it continues, despite Leveson, to act with impunity. Is the media held to account for what they report? Have Piers Morgan or Jeremy Vine been held to account?
Yeah, especially here in Scotland, if you're found with a knife, it goes straight to the police. I believe England's mostly the same.
No.
Especially in school.
It's a story about how the law is being manipulated and exploited by the far left and Islam.
Is this Australian Billy Mays? No, this is Tony Robbins.
To destroy the lives of anyone who speaks out against the accepted so-called progressive, so-called liberal narrative. Or about the poisonous influence of Islam's Sharia law in our society. Is the law fit for purpose?
Oh fuck,
or
I forgot about
the poisonous
that.
influence of Islam's...
I forgot all about the London stabbing shit. That was brutal. Here in America, they would dust the weapons for fingerprints and yeah. I mean, if you're bringing weapons to school, that seems like an appropriate
Sharia
measure.
law in our society. Is the law fit
I forgot all about the London stabbings. Fuck.
No. And it's a story about our government and judiciary's disdain for
It's just because there's so much shit. There's so much shit that's happened over these years.
free speech and the truth, and the lengths that they will go to in order to silence dissent, especially with its new and increasing powers. Is our government being held accountable for its actions? No. Is the judiciary independent of political influence? You've seen all the evidence. You decide. Whether you agree with my politics is irrelevant. When dissent is crushed, free speech dies, and governments move one step closer to tyranny. The lawyers know the truth. Even Jamal's father, Jihad, he knows the truth about his son. They all knew the truth and were using Jamal to further their agenda, regardless of the consequences for Jamal. They continued to pursue the case, which incidentally has caused my divorce and bankruptcy. My ex-wife had to choose between her marriage to me and the safety of our children. I'm glad she chose our children. We're still best mates. You see, Jamal's lawyers told me very early on, if I apologised and paid them 50 grand, they'd drop their case. If you're watching
extortion,
you know the decision I made. I won't apologise for reporting what I was told, for what I believe to be true, for standing up for Bailey, the young lad unjustly vilified by pretty much everyone. But in silence and dissent, are the media and our government any different to the governments they criticise so much? China, Russia, Iran, immigration, COVID, Brexit. If it doesn't fit the narrative, you will not hear the alternative view. And where else have we seen this? Where else have the media, politicians, police and social services hidden for truth?
I wouldn't say that. Germany's fucked as well.
For decades, fearful of being called racist. Grooming gangs. That's where a cover-up of such horrific cost to thousands of young girls in towns and cities across our country. And nowhere worse than under the stewardship of Councillor Shabir Pandor's Kirklees Council. You see, hiding the truth doesn't protect community cohesion. It does the total opposite. It undermines trust in public institutions. It stokes resentment.
Frankfurt has a 51 immigrant population. That's insane.
And conflict in our community.
How can any civilization sustain itself like that?
Tragically, those who lead us don't seem to have the moral clarity or courage to speak the truth. They cause the division that they're trying to prevent. People ask me, was it worth it? Yeah, it was worth it.
I really think you're probably right.
The truth is always worth defending. I'm still here. If you were born in the United Kingdom, you've already won the lottery of life. An inheritance from our parents and grandparents of freedom, equality under English law and democracy. If we allow ourselves to be silenced, that inheritance is rendered worthless. What legacy will we leave for the children and grandchildren who come after us? None of us can afford to let free speech die. We cannot and we will not be silenced.
So no arrest. He's not even been spoken to. No caution, no warning. So you can get away with doing all that. But if you say one thing on Facebook that they don't like, they'll arrest a 75-year-old pensioner. It's not totally a two-tier police system. It's not corrupt as fuck. You know what? I hate to sound like fucking Andrew Tate, but it really does feel like the Matrix is cracking. The man who threatened Tommy's ex-wife and children before the court case, he has still not been spoken to or arrested. No one was ever arrested for the criminal damage attack. Just no police action. Jamal has been given 157,000, and he was at £250,000 for this little fucking shit. Let's be honest, it's probably gone to some terrorist fucking activities. Just considering his father's name is Jihad. That's unbelievable. That's disgusting. That's a miscarriage of justice. It's a miscarriage. It's just how is this not national headlines? Mohammed Akaji continues to support and represent those that are the biggest threat to the British public. The British media continues to lie and pump their agendas. And there he is, supporting the Taliban. Tommy Robinson continues to face court cases and court fees linked to the case after having to go bankrupt. He won't have to go bankrupt after being charged with over £1 million worth of fraud. Just gross. After being discharged from bankruptcy, they pulled him straight back into the High Court to question him again to order him to pay $25,500 more. Work as journalist to link the British public to the truth. And that is the band Tommy Robinson documentary. I'm unfazed. They hate us. Hey, Stress, can I have some ice? Yes, you can have some ice, Aldolf. And you're right, it is our land. It's our culture. It's our fucking nation. It's a nation that we have defended between these four corners of this island for thousands of years. A kingdom that has spanned longer than what most countries have existed. A nation with our own cultures, our own language, our own distinct personalities. And we're being told to sacrifice it all. We're being told to give it all up. For what? For people that send rape threats? For people that don't appreciate the gift that is being in this country? And I'm going to say, it's a privilege to be in a country like mine. It's a privilege to be in a country that provides safety and security. This country used to be high trust. This country used to be a moral society where neighbours and communities could come together. And now all you have are communities coming together in the form of Asian gangs wanting to hunt down white people. And not a fucking thing has been done by the police. Not a single investigation, not a serious attempt to actually deal with it. From Yap, take back your countries, rebuild what was torn down, stolen from you, be back. I mean, I don't necessarily want to go down like the cleansing route, but something has to change. Something seriously has to change. You're right, Ocean Bro, we are the best nation ever existed. I mean, we invented half the shit in the world, we brought enlightenment, and now we're destroying our legacy. We're destroying our legacy for people who would rape our women and do unspeakable things. And once again, I don't think it's all Muslims, but enough of them are a problem that it needs to be fucking addressed, especially when it's in our border. This is our fucking country. This is the country that my grandparents built up, the country that your grandparents built up, the country that their grandparents built up. People in these kingdoms unshackled themselves from tyranny during Cromwell, only to then be thrust back into tyranny by what? A parliament that wants to do what exactly? Virtue signal themselves into extinction? They want to go along with their core demographic because it's convenient for them. They're worried about losing votes, even though it's going to lead to the destruction of the very cultures they're supposed to protect. The people who are out there right now, they're not terrorists. They're not awful people. They're frustrated. And rightly so, frankly. The British state has done so much to cause what they're seeing right now. And once again, I don't necessarily condone violence, but I understand it. I understand why they're doing it. I think most populations would have done a lot worse by now. I think the French, if it was the French, Paris would be nothing but ashes. And you know what? Going after the people in Rotherham, why would they trust the police? Why would they trust the police when 1,200 children were raped? Why would they trust the police when they were already found to be too afraid to actually move against grooming gangs because of the fear of being called racist? Why would they ever trust them? And why wouldn't they be resentful? If you come from a working class family in this country, your quality of life has dramatically dropped. The rent markets are fucked. The cost of living has gone up, the cost of energy, the cost of everything. And then, you do everything right. You do everything that you're told you're supposed to. And then people come in who've never paid a goddamn penny, who've never contributed a single fucking thing to your nation, and they get better treatment than your own population. You're right, soy-based Jeremy. Western civilization is regressing. This is more noble than rioting for a fent addict and you're facing more back. Yeah! Once again, we have that video of Starmer bending the knee to Black Lives Matter during the London... once again, not even in... We're not even American. And there were people... excuse me. BLM riots. Or well, they tried to turn them into riots. In London. Screaming at London police officers for them not to shoot. Now, I don't know if people who are outside of the UK know this, but most police here don't carry fucking guns. Like, the rate of police violence is very low. It's this victim mentality. It's a victim mentality, and it's propped up by the state. It's like a misbehaving child that needs to be smacked back into place, and that's just not happening. And then people wonder why you're getting racial tensions. Well, no fucking shit. You can't have a society that has 2, 3, 4 different cultures and all within the space of one street. How is that ever going to function? How can you function when you have nothing in common with the people beside you, when there's no attempt to even do something as basic as learn the language? But you're working class and you grow up and you've been given the shittest lot in life. You can't afford a house, rent is extortionate, you can struggle with dentistry, you can struggle with your optician to get nice glasses. You struggle to buy fucking food and heat your home. But then people who arrive illegally, who've never paid a fucking penny in, who just take and take and take, and who will never be contributing members of society. They're dead weight and they're a detriment being here. And yet our government bends over backwards for these people, while at the same time shafting those who are already here. And that goes for both, whites and non-whites. If I was an immigrant, if I was like a Sikh, and I've been here for 80 years or whatever, and I just seen people and my family done everything legal, they'd come through service of the empire and all this shit, and I just seen people rolling in across a dinghy and being given a fucking 5-star, 4-star hotel with on-call nurse, on-call doctor, fucking chefs. Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't deserve any of that. Like, if you arrive here legally, the only thing the Royal Navy or the Coast Guard should have a commitment to is making sure you don't drown before promptly chucking you on the nearest plane to fuck off back to where you came from. But instead, people come here and they think that they're entitled to whatever the fuck they want. What's up, Jake? Virtual signalers. Fucked us more than dead. Yeah, absolutely. The Americanization of Western politics has been an absolute disaster for humanity. Maybe I don't think the prime ministers are being blackmailed. I think that they rely on an ethnic vote. And because political parties, by their very core, only give a shit about votes and they don't give a shit about people, they're going to just pander. And they're going to continuously pander. And now they're getting houses flat. Yeah, where will these houses come from? How many people, how many mothers, how many families are lacking in housing, lacking in doctor's appointments, lacking in dentist appointments, lacking in school placements, because this government has been unable to control immigration? The floodgates were opened up by Tony Blair. The Conservatives failed to do anything about it. To the point where, 600,000, 700,000 people came in this year alone? In a country that has less than 80 million people. That's insane. And then, on top of that, when you try and deport them, when the Home Office does actually take some action to remove these people, what happens? They get hidden by the quote-unquote community. I think the Anglosphere Union is called NATO. I think that's called NATO. The brilliant area. So, I mean, Greenbelt, I'm going to be honest, Greenbelts are kind of iffy in the fact that they're environmentally viable as protected zones. And you're right, Jake, British tolerance has been taken for granted. It's been taken for granted. These people they're ungrateful. And I don't have a problem if somebody wants to come here and integrate and become a functioning member of society. I really don't. But when you have people who just have no intentions of becoming British, no intentions of becoming English or Scottish or Welsh or Irish, it's absolutely stupid. I know, I'm not just being a mouthpiece this time. I hate those who love wildlife, but don't see how immigration ruins it. But you've seen how immigration ruins it. Okay. Oh, well, Aldolf. You go nuts, bro. We'll form a new British Empire. When you've just seen, and now once again, I can't verify any of these documents. I don't understand why Tommy Robinson would lie. And if all this is true, then this highlights not only corruption at a state level, but corruption at a local level. What happened to that child? Being accused of being the world's biggest monster, while that little shit accuses, like, threatens to rape people, bites them, attacks them, brings a knife to school. Fuck you. You're absolutely right, Soy-based Jeremy. The British Empire would hurt. Margaret Thatcher and Winston Churchill would be spinning in their graves. It's just madness. This is pandemonium. This is pandemonium. Plus, all the UK's emissions are just shipped off to... I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't really care too much about carbon emissions, specifically in the West, because as long as China and India exist and Pakistan, you're never going to be able to even remotely touch it. Like, we don't produce that much. From Jake, children be let down for decades. Yeah. Like, I'm 30, so I can remember growing up and you were told not to see race. You were told not to see religion. Everyone was equal. And then that evolved into, well, you have to see the race and you have to give precedent to their culture and you have to accommodate it. And then what did that become? It became, well, white people are a problem. White people are evil. White people are racist. White people are bigots. Have you ever been to a country? If you're like, I'll go back to Palestine. Right? And I'll take that as an example. Have you ever seen what Palestinians do to people they don't like? Like, if you were an Israeli just randomly walking through Palestine, what do you think would happen to you? It's not like they didn't just crash through a music festival, rape a bunch of women, kill children, just completely innocent bystanders. I think things are going to change. I think this is just the start. I just generally think the British public have had enough. As much as the media tries to make this look like an isolated incident, you don't have that many things popping up all within the space of a week if it's isolated. They're disenfranchised. The government is radicalizing people through the inactivity by the fact that so many of these cases do happen. Like, this government is leading to people becoming radicalized. And not just this government, but the Conservative government, the hung parliament of a couple of years ago. Their inability to tackle this issue, and people warned them years ago. What was going to happen, and they didn't listen. They didn't fucking listen. Everyone was labelled as a racist, as a bigot, as some xenophobic monster. Well, no. You know what? Fuck you. This is my fucking country. It's my fucking culture. And we will defend it. Because every nation has the right to defend itself. And every nation has the right to defend its culture. In the same way we wouldn't expect any other culture to be wiped out, ours will not be wiped out. This global citizenship bullshit, fuck it. Fuck it all to hell. It only serves a select number of people, and it only serves when they want it to make money. The queers for Palestine? Yeah, no, seriously, we should ship off the queers to Palestine and see what the fuck happens. Really is the most retarded crossover of political beliefs I have ever seen. Like, Palestine still actively executes homosexuals. They still throw them off of rooftops. Like, this is insane. This is insane. And once again, I will repeat this. The people doing this, people out there, are not terrorists. They're people who have been let down by the state. They're people who have been lied to throughout their whole life. They're people that are told that they have to suffer for some virtuous progressiveness. Why would anyone agree to that? When your children are starving, when you can't heat your home, when you're worried about all your bills. Why would you ever agree to go along with this? It's truly annoying. Yeah, EDL doesn't even exist, and we have a Muslim Defense League. Should be treated as a terrorist organization. And you're right, soy-based Jeremy. It is regressive. All of this is regressive. It's just we're now going back into totalitarianism. But it's a totalitarianism that doesn't even serve. Like, there's no grand nationhood. There's no idea of a supreme culture within this land. It's all been sacrificed and thrown down the fucking drain. And they're going to villainize these people. They're going to paint them as monsters. Politicians are going to virtue signal over their victory against the little guy. I don't think people are buying it this time. I don't think people are accepting this anymore. And I will say this again, being in my country is a fucking privilege. You have no right to be within my borders if you're not a citizen. The only people who have a right to be here are citizens and people with visas. Legally, that's the case, and once again, if they're on dinghies, send them back. Send them back. It's that simple. Fuck humanitarian rights. Fuck European Union rights. Just don't even, like, why even, like, deal with the problem of that afterwards, after they've already been sent back? Yeah, those that contribute are fine. No one's going out there and just randomly attacking people. Very targeted what's going on for very specific reasons. And once again, I have to say this for so many stupid reasons. In fact, my government's gone full tyranny. But I don't condone violence. I would prefer there's a political means. I would prefer if the state was to actually do something and defend its borders. Yeah, isolationism is appealing. Poland has none of these issues. Poland has none of these issues. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if shit goes tits up, I might just flee to Poland. Fuck it. I'll just do a null and I'll flee to some Slavic state. From Alan Watkin, I'd like to know who thought it was a good idea to put these migrants in towns that have the grooming gang issue. Yeah, no, absolutely. They're just adding to it. They're just adding to it. I'm not moving to Cyprus. I'm not moving to Cyprus. There'll be... Oh, no, I mean, the thing is, the Slavic nations, Eastern European nations, are very much against all of this shit because those people have lived under actual tyranny during the Soviet bloc, and they know exactly what to look out for. So, guess what? The countries that actually lived under true, proper, extensive, like, communism and Marxism are the ones who have absolutely no interest in ever getting it back. Well, Hungary's a... Oh, stop. Slavs are fine. So where do we go from here? Like, let's see, what we got. Is media villainized anyone else now? But I also have to wonder, how much of a fair court case are these people getting if they're just being immediately thrown into jail? Like, how true and proper can these cases be? And when they're talking about having 24-hour courts, is that fair? Can somebody adequately defend themselves at 5 o'clock in the morning? Oh yeah, we're all just far right, yeah. From Pall Mall, what happened to Bangladesh Day will be the future Britain of Britain. Yeah, I mean, that's that, unironically, yeah. We're already seeing it. There was, hold on, there was another video I wanted to show. Because I think it just highlights the differences between these people. And then we'll kind of wrap it up, I think. But once again, they're going to come for us all. It is clear the state has no intentions of maintaining any form of democracy. It has no intentions of maintaining equality as far as the law goes. So fuck it. You may as well just start saying whatever the fuck you want. They can't throw everyone in jail. And fuck, the more people they throw in jail, the more people are going to be incentivized to, when they come out, to fight this shit. I don't care anymore. Like, I just don't. Like, if you're going to make me live under a totalitarian shithole, then I don't have much I don't have any incentive to play along with your rulebook. But maintaining power intact, yeah, it is. I don't think it's possible to run 24-hour courts. No, they don't. There's no way. How can that sufficiently happen? Like, you tell me lawyers are going to be having to defend people and having court cases at 4 o'clock in the morning? A solicitor's going to do that? I doubt they will. That has to be some kind of... Starmer must go. Yeah. It's been a month and he's already proven to be a biggest tit. And let's be honest. The only reason he got elected is because people hated the Conservatives. It had nothing to do with him as a person. Nobody supports Labour. People like what is it? Diane Abbott, the most embarrassing politician that's ever existed in this country's face. This video looked interesting. But let's be honest, nobody supported Labour. They just wanted the Conservatives out. Actually, I'm a roof baby now. Oh, it's not just media bias. Bias is one thing. This is complete subjugation of the truth. It's complete suppression of the truth. It's an assault on integrity and honesty. You know what? Fuck it. There is a politician who is probably the best Prime Minister the UK never had.
Before widespread immigration, the streets of Europe looked very...
Okay, that's not what I want. One second. The fuck? Go away. Thank you. One second. I don't really want to play like the full Enoch Powell speech because it's like half an hour and we've already gone on for quite a while. One sec. Sorry, chat. Oh wow, Enoch Powell lived up until 1998. That's interesting. You know what? I know what we'll end on. Let's go for something a little bit more inspirational than what we've had to deal with today. I am going to play one more video, and then we'll log off for the night. Once again, hit that like button. You want to give me some money on coffee, then go fucking nuts. Why is this? Nope, I'm a retard. I'm a retard who clicks the wrong video.
Before widespread immigration, the streets of Europe looked very different. Virtually every face was white. As things were changing in Britain in 1968, a notorious speech was made. Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech was a direct assault on immigration from the Commonwealth. In this country, in 15 or 20 years' time, he said, the black man will have the whip hand over the white man. Quoting Virgil, he said, as I look ahead, I'm filled with foreboding. Like the Roman, I seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood. The subsequent 50 years has disproved his claims, but Powell's speech had a lasting effect.
There's a danger about this right now, about making...
The only thing it was wrong, it wasn't Africans. Caribbeans, for the most part, are fine. Really nice people. I don't see them causing a lot of problems right now. Let's play this. This probably, I've only briefly skimmed through this, but this sort of gives a good example of the differences between the people who are marching against this bullshit. Just the usual stereotypical leftist nonsense.
So here they've brought all the groups together. They've brought the Palestine group, the climate change, the Just Stop Oil, all the lefties over here. They're shouting because they want more illegal immigration.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Mate, you're done. Mate, we're going to smash them all.
Yeah, let's go, mate. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Money's dancing it.
Give them some shit.
Someone left their... Or is that just a phone?
This is the lefty side, look.
My guy, it's 2024. Fuck off your BLM shit. It's literally proven to be just a money laundering scheme for its owners. That man is my spirit animal. That's my spirit animal, chat. I love calling people Nazis. I want to just say how fucking retarded that is to call somebody who's a British nationalist a fucking Nazi. That's like the most antithetical thing of being a British Nazi. Sorry, being a British patriot. Look, we take pride in the fact our country demolished the Nazis and stopped the tyranny of the Reich. So fuck off your Nazi shit in this country. They love covering their faces.
So what made you organise this? Fed up, like everyone else here.
I'm literally
fed up. Enough is enough.
3 dead kids?
Yeah.
If that doesn't make every single person get on their feet.
They never will.
They never will.
Should have happened after Manchester Arena. League Rugby.
So I watched the 1984 movie, I think it was last week, and the parallels are, I mean, I remember watching it like about 10 years ago. I was like, oh, okay, but now it's just, yikes. You're right, Ocean, she is right. Does she look like a fascist? Is this a Nazi, chat? I don't think this is a Nazi.
But the English are patient.
Huxley saw the future, yeah.
We queue up.
Yeah, we're very polite. Save our kids. Save our kids! Save our kids! Save our kids! Absolute fucking rubbish!
Imagine coming out to counter-protest people who are screaming, save our kids. Oh yeah, she's a fuck, Jake. I bet like she's killed like 20 people today alone. That's right, you dirty bastards! Unwashed havens! God, the police just look so uncomfortable right now. I almost kind of feel bad for them because you can tell like most of these guys probably think this is fucking bullshit too. They call these people thugs and then buy drugs from traffic. Well, don't forget the Houses of Parliament scandal. regarding the amount of cocaine they found in that building. From Captain, everyone who counter-protests this should be deemed as a terror. I don't think. I'm going to be fair. I don't think that's necessarily fair. I think people have a right to protest. I think terrorism has to include violence. I think terrorism has to include violence and a very clear political motivation. I don't think they're terrorists, but it's just like, read the fucking room, bro. Like, read the fucking national mood. I've seen it in person too. I put it onto talk message instead of live chat. Live chat's where the fun is. Police are the actual Nazis, though. I think the police, right, and this is the problem, is that the police don't have enough to lose yet. So it's like, as long as they keep getting their money, it's just like they're just following orders. No one has any integrity to say this is wrong. But you know what? I guarantee you, the more police who get injured by these roaming Asian gangs, the more they're probably going to say fuck you to the establishment as well. It's commie. Automatic dismissal, yeah. Like I said earlier, this commie dude started attacking me because I don't support China. Fuck China. China's a shithole. China's like just off. Yeah, it would be an automatic dismissal. There's no integrity. You know, we hung people who used to use the excuse, I'm just following orders, but now that's what society's become. I'm just following orders, sir. Mein Stamme. Mein Stamme, who do you want me to kill, mein Stamme? Mein Stamme, do you want me to go step over the working classes, mein Stamme? Oh, mein Stamme, the serfs are getting a little bit out of control. Let us send in the thought police, don't staff. I guarantee you, right, this blonde officer, I guarantee you that she knew there were going to be 1,000 cameras today, so she did her makeup up. The police just look so uncomfortable. Holy fuck, I bet he could kill a bear. I bet he could kill a fucking bear. My fuck, if he's the police officer that comes for me, I think I'm gonna have to surrender. Yeah, they probably are fucking terrified. Like, the country's ripping itself to shreds. So it looks like objects came from the lefty side first, and now people are fucking unhappy about it. What the fuck do you expect? You know what? I can guarantee you right now, if this crowd, like, for example, they call them terrorists, call them like, oh, these far-right thugs. I guarantee you, if that crowd, if they really wanted to fuck people up, the police would last about 5 fucking seconds with that amount of people. And that's not like a threat. It's not like a call to violence. It's just a fact. With that many people there, with that many officers, especially with any riot gear, if these people really wanted to like start shit, they could easily have done it. And look at these people; they're trying very hard to avoid touching the police. Okay. But here, listen to what he's shouting. Do your fucking job. This is Britain's shame. This is Britain's shame. just take your that's great. I love that. I love that. I need to do that one. But the thing is, the problem is these people will be having orders from people higher in the rank than them. That's the annoying thing. There'll be somebody along the chain telling them not to punish these fucks. I love when Rule Britannia gets pulled out. These people look like thugs. These people look like monsters. These people look like Joe every day. Working class, just people sick and tired of seeing our country go to shit. Sick and tired of violence on the streets, machete gangs, robberies, rapes. People sick and tired of waking up to the news that children were stabbed. For what? Nothing! So Alan Watkins says, and the cops did nothing. Same last night in Plymouth. The lefties were chucking shit out of the graveyard and the cops just let them. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's just like the, fucking Muslim gangs going around macheting people. Where's the geezer Strass? Will they defend England and not drink beer in the pub? There is a picture somebody actually found North FC Senior in the one of the protests. What's up, Milton? Good morning. We shall never be slaves. You know what? Here's like one of my conspiracy theories, I guess. I'm not really somebody who's a conspiracy theorist. Maybe this is I don't know, would you call this, maybe it's not a conspiracy theory, but I bet you one of the reasons they're not arresting these people is because they're saving the jail cells for people who are, people who are protesting children being killed and mass immigration. That's probably why, because they realise we have to put both sides in handcuffs. Well, we're not going to have enough prison space, so may as well just use it to punish Whitey. Is that true? Oh, it is. No winks in the Islamic winks. Oh yeah, no, prisons are a hotbed for extremism. There's so many cases of people going into prison, and this is like an open known fact, is that prisons are overrun with Islamic extremism. What? 1984 isn't banned? From Goblin Hunter, I find it interesting that Orwell's 1984 is banned book in the UK. No, Orwell's book isn't banned. You learn in school. Like 1984 is required reading in a lot of schools. It's not banned at all. Oh fuck your extremist book list. Sorry, not you. I don't mean like fuck you, Ocean. But I mean like that's just some fucking nonsense that lefties put together. But believe it or not, Britain doesn't actually have a big record of banning stuff. Surprisingly, for the amount of censorship on media and speech, the UK is very cautious at actually outright banning stuff. You're right, Orwell never wrote a bad book, and you should absolutely read 1984 and Animal Farm, and if you're not a big reader, I would highly recommend the 1984 Virgin movies with, what's his name? Fuck! Memory, Richard Burton. Yeah, the 1984 movie with Richard Burton in it. Yeah, you're right. So here's the fun fact about marijuana. The reason marijuana is illegal isn't because of any public health crisis, it's because it was intentionally made illegal to try and choke out the opium trade. Like a purely political thing. It's Geneva Convention. What are Geneva Conventions? Okay. So, I'm going to leave you on something inspirational before we go into the outro music. From one of my favourite Prime Ministers, I'm sure yours as well. Fuck, I'm just like brain. It's like nearly 2 a.m. God damn. I can't type. I can't fucking type, chat. Can't fucking type. First speech. Oh, what's that movie called? Hold on, because the actual speech is very long. Now here we go.
Prime Minister.
If you want to know how I feel, chat, about this situation, I'm just going to let this video play, and I'll let you decide what message
Prime Minister,
comes from it.
Are we ready?
One moment.
Going live.
I speak to you for the first time as Prime Minister in a solemn hour for the life of our country, of our empire, of our allies, and above all, of the cause of freedom. A tremendous battle.
Oh, you've visited Jura?
Is
Nice.
raging
I've taken a few
in
trips to Jura.
France and Flanders. The Germans, by a remarkable combination of air bombing and heavily armored tanks, have broken through the French defences north of the Maginot Line, and strong columns of their armoured vehicles now ravaging the open country, which for the first day or two was without defenders. However, I have invincible confidence in the French army and its leaders. Only a very small part of that splendid army has yet been heavily engaged, and only a very small part of France has yet been invaded. Side by side, the British and French peoples have advanced to rescue not only Europe, but mankind from the foulest and most soul-destroying tyranny which has ever darkened and stained the pages of history. But now one bond unites us all to wage war until victory is won, and never to surrender ourselves to servitude and shame, whatever the cost, and the agony may be. Conquer we must, as conquer we shall.
But yeah, let's do the outro, guys. Any last comments, anything in chat, anything you want played before we rail this up for the night? Anything, chat? Anything? Wait for a couple of seconds for replies to come in. I'm not. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not an asshole. I'm not going to scream "Go Britain." It's very, very ungentlemanly. But the song is just one big Go Britain. We will never surrender to tyranny, chat, both within and outside of our own borders. Don't let them gaslight you. Don't let them tell you you're in the wrong, because you're not this time. They've lied to you. They've manipulated you your entire fucking existence into believing a narrative that just doesn't bring any fruit. This is what patriotism is. Not surrendering your lands to invaders. Not letting people walk in undocumented. And not allowing children to be murdered on the streets. I will be on... I don't know yet. I stream sporadically, my friends, but probably maybe tomorrow or the day after. I work in healthcare, so my schedule's a little bit fucky-wucky, blank wall. Oh, so I just want to say that, right? For people who accuse people fighting this shit of being bigots, of being racists, I deal with people from all ethnicities in my job. I have never once treated anyone in my job any differently because of the colour of their skin or the thing that they believe in. I am not some bigot, and neither are most of the people who are protesting this shit. They're just people like me. People like me who are fucking fed up. All you see is the far right. Yeah, all these people are far right extremists. Show me any Middle Eastern country that has such fine art. Not even the English could unify. Well, I think the English did unify Ireland, to be fair, just not in the way we expected. We did build the fucking world, you're right. Slavery has never been... Okay, here's a fun fact. Slavery has never existed on British soils for modern history. Britain was the country that stopped slavery. The reason there's no slave trade is because of Britain. The reason there isn't a French dictatorship is because of Britain. The reason the Third Reich hasn't stormed across Europe and taken over North-speaking German is partly because of Britain. British people, I get it. Yes, there have been atrocities committed. They were 300 fucking years ago, and you know what? Fuck you. We are the country that abolished slavery, sent entire fleets of entire armadas of the greatest fleets ever known to mankind to hunt down slavers and to destroy the trade. And not just that, we convinced the world to stop. We are the reason that you have things such as animal protection rights, things such as child protection rights, education, modern medicine, physics. The very concept of academia. Britain is a country that has always stood up to tyranny, has always stood up for the small guy. And you know what? These globalists, these New World Order fucks have come in and shut up. Why would I own a St. George flag? I'm Scottish. Hold on, you know what? Fuck up. One more song. One more song. We'll do one more Patriot song. Actually, we'll do two more. We'll do two more. One for my UK English friends and one for me as a Scot. Make sure there's nothing here from actual, like... Here it's going to get me destroyed. I know, but there's very specific songs that each nation celebrates specifically. Like each kingdom has its own sort of songs. Oh my god, stop! Outlaw, we don't have an issue with the gays. No, I'm not playing the Clash, that'll get my channel struck down. But I do have a Scottish song that's fitting for this. God, we miss her. None of this would have happened if the Queen was still here. Bring her back! Bring her back! God damn it! Bring her back! Well, chat. It's been a good stream. Apologies for not streaming for a little bit. I got the coof and my throat was decimated. And then on top of that, my work schedule changed. I had to adapt to that. But hopefully, and plus sometimes I just don't feel like streaming. I don't make any money from this. So it's I have to weigh up if the free time is worth more. But I've enjoyed today as much as this fucking depressing because I see that maybe there is hope. People seem to see what's wrong with this stupid fucking shit. Don't want a St. George flag. I'm a Union Jack. I really don't. I don't have any issues with homosexuals. I don't. As long as they're not fucking weird, I don't give a fuck. I'm not like a big bully people into a certain lifestyle. As long as they're not fucking weird and they're not harming others, I don't give a fuck. Just force album. Don't let them suppress you, goddammit. Trust me, I come from a country that knows a thing or two about people trying to invade. Put on your war paint, grab your sword, and in Minecraft defend it all. Good digger is German, yeah. Germans have a weird fascination with Scotland. It's interesting. To my British brethren, remember, you come from an ancestry of people that have visited these islands for 1,000 years. People that gave refuge to the vagabonds and that disfranchised the planet. You introduced the world the concept of science and integrity.
of diplomacy, of democracy. You come from the nation that stopped slavery. You come from the nation that invented most of the shit in the fucking planet. And to have people come and tell us we're the problem, fuck you! I don't know if I get away playing Manowar, but sure. To tell these people, hold on, don't send it on my chat. Don't send it to my chat, god damn. That's not far off the truth. Oh shit, you're 63 years old? Wow, I think that's security for all this year. God, it must be even worse for you being 63, right? And growing up in like pre-Tony Blair and then seeing what the shit became.
Like, it must be so infuriating, especially if you're older, having all this shit thrust down your neck. I mean, for me as a millennial, it's fucking infuriating. Never mind being somebody from a generation that wasn't brainwashed. No, there's no way I'm going to be able to play Manowar without getting struck down. Here, I'll give you one more Scottish few song. And then, no, Thatcher, okay. You want to know something? Thatcher is one of those prime ministers that I feel people have grown on, because I can guarantee you this shit would not happen under Thatcher. Like, yeah, she was a fucking cunt, but she wasn't a fucking traitorous cunt.
They came with the first light of dawn, setting their sights on the knee.
I know that sounds weird as a Scot to say that, but it's like, Thatcher was at least a strong prime minister. I think she's genuinely the last good prime minister this country had. Might not agree with her, but the woman said she was going to fucking do something, and she goddamn did. It was not a single bit of like regret or like give a fuck. And I can respect that. Like, Thatcher really was the last good prime minister. John Major was Oh yeah, this is Point World now.
The townspeople have little hope.
Absolute Point World.
Fireballs make everybody die, and buildings collapse to the floor. The beautiful princess was raped and taken to prison with cry. Angus MacPhail says a mighty youth, I will make sacrifice. The forces of darkness are invading proud and me. There must find a hero to save its destiny. Fireballs and lightning are raining from the sky. Chaos and bloodshed while all the people die. In this epic battle begins the final war.
Trace is pretty good. Mine's is, if I was to go for any metal band as being my favourite, would be Nightwish. Well, the reason I learned to play bass guitar is because of Marco Italia. Yes, Scots are Celts, Conroys. I had hope for Boris too. I thought maybe at least it was going to be entertaining or funny, or you could have got something, like he was pretty out there, so maybe we got something that can change, but instead we just got a fucking weirdo with 20 illegitimate children who had boat parties and gave all his money, like, gave $1 billion contracts to pieces of shit. How many people are dead because of Boris Johnson? Oh, fuck. We need to dismantle the political class. We need to dismantle them and reconstruct it into something that actually resembles democracy. I agree, bring right the Crusades. I completely endorse and condone that statement. Do his fault, brother. Do his fault. Good night, chat, and remember, never surrender. Never fucking surrender.